Welcome back to Redlock. We had a small break. Played some of the Stalker 2 DLC and 2.0 update. It was fun. It was really good. And we're back to this for like 2 days, and then Star Wars Zero Company comes out. We're gonna play a little bit of that too. And then we have Kickstarter reviews at the end of the month that we're gonna do. But today's gonna be pretty chill. Ew, is there mold growing on my water bottle? Eh. My mom always says I need more green in my diet, so. What's the worst that can happen? Cheese? Yogurt? What harm could this be? I just cleaned it yesterday too. It's kind of annoying. I have to buy a new one. Or better yet, just get like a metal water bottle or something for this. Realistically, I should just buy a mini fridge. Okay, whatever I was saying. I don't remember what I was saying. Today, I need to fix up a couple of bugs. We're not going to do much with gameplay CLI today. And then I want to make a new build and upload that to Steam because I promised somebody that I would do that today. There's one caveat, which is I haven't cared a single bit about the Redlock map for like half a year. Now, it should still be working. Probably. I know one thing that won't be, which is checkpoints. Checkpoints will be broken. Because I didn't fix those. We can maybe just try to get those barely working today. But I need to go through and we need to fix all of the effect colliders. Since they are all using the old standalone, and I need to move them over to components. I kind of just need to take these and replace them with proper ones, which will be very annoying and time consuming, but should be easy and relaxing. Oh yeah, I think I turned my chat off. Let me turn that back on. That's better. And my sponsors are also off. I can turn those back on too. Sweet. All right, we're back. I really don't want to do this today. I don't want to fix checkpoints. I don't know. I need to do the bare minimum. That's what I need to do. These, unfortunately, I don't even remember what these said before. I completely changed the way that we handle tooltips. So these are gone. I mean, I could play an older build and just copy what I had written there. I don't want to do that either. I don't know. We'll just write it. I'll just write it fresh. I don't really care. This one should be fixed because I was fixing a bug with the player's collider. Hopefully this should. Oh no, it's bugged again. Oh, that's annoying. Why? I made a custom object channel for the interaction prompt collider. Oh, my preset is gone. The hell? Interaction prompt. Query only, object type, prompt collider. Ignore everything except overlap. Static, dynamic pawn, physics body, vehicle, destructible. Nothing else. Duplicate name found. Okay, but I don't see it there. You can't say duplicate name found, but then not show me. What are you talking about? Oh, it is there. Never mind. It was hidden. It was one too low. Okay, it's fine. Never mind. It's there. Well, then it should be working. Why is it not working? What a good start. Be on top. Your mom's on top. It should. The custom ones should be on top. It would be a lot easier to see. Collision presets custom. No, it should be interaction prompt. I actually learned recently that if you set collision preset to custom, it is quite significantly less performant than if you use a pre-made one. I didn't think that it would be that way. I mean, I assumed that there might be some difference, but not that it would be significantly. But when it does the preset, it makes sense when you think about it, right? It only checks against the presets. Whereas if you do custom, it has to go through each response. Let's see if that fixes anything. I'll double check my interaction prompt collider. Prompt collider collision profile interaction prompt. These are actually probably deprecated, to be honest. Gwendolyn, removed your redeem. Is it the gay one? I don't have the sound file on that computer. It's not removed. It's still there. I just the PC parts should arrive tomorrow, and hopefully, cross your fingers. The problem was the power supply, but we'll have to test it out. So I will maybe be able to test it on. What is today? Is today Wednesday? Today's Wednesday. If I install it on Friday, I'll do it. Otherwise, I'll probably install it over the weekend and give it a test run. Oh, now it's broken. Oh, why did I set the capsule to interaction prompt? No, this needs to be a hazard. There is no preset for hazard. Okay, hold on. Fuck. Hazard collider. You don't like the footstep? Don't worry, the footstep sounds are just there as placeholder. Eventually, well, actually currently it does support physical materials. We just need to have actual physical materials. So rather than wasting time adding in a whole bunch of different sounds for like rocks and metals right now, I'm just going to work on the gameplay. Hazard only, no, it does need to overlap these. And then I'll fix the interaction prompt collider. Okay, player's capsule. Overlap hazard. Ignore resonant induction. Overlap hazard. Ignore. That should be good. Theoretically. What the fuck, dude? The prompt collider's still doing it. Look at this. Where is the discrepancy here? It is a hazard. Ignores interaction prompt collider. Interaction prompt collider. Ignore hazard. Is it somehow... That's the preset, interaction prompt. Unfortunately, it kind of sucks, but the, there's no, like, error or failure message if you don't type in the collider preset name correctly. And profile name. It says, and overwrite collision setting. That should be preset interaction prompt. I mean, that looks correct, unless something is being done out of order here. This probably is deprecated, this part. I mean, it's not impossible that when I'm attaching it to the player's skeletal mesh, it might be inheriting. In which case we would want to run this, you know, after. Yeah, because it's still happening here. If you're wondering what is going on, there is a interaction prompt collider around the player right now. You know, like this. And it's overlapping with this hazard and giving us the negative effect, right? I'm dynamically making this collider at runtime and then supplying it with the correct collision profile, which should be ignoring this collision profile. They should both be ignoring each other because we only want the collision to apply on the player's capsule collider. Now, I don't know why it's not ignoring. I do have a theory. I mean, here's the thing, like, even if, number one, the collision should be ignoring each other, which means it shouldn't be generating an overlap event for something that it is not told that it should overlap. There's that. But if it is, and it's maybe being set to pawn or world dynamic, world static, I don't think we're actually checking that. We are getting the parent actor and grabbing its effect listener. Can I get the collision name? Of the component? I can get the object type. It's saying pawn. It is definitely not pawn. Unless the attachment is resetting its profile name, which we can check by changing it. Still pawn. Is that behavior I don't know about? You would think that children components wouldn't inherit the collision of the parent. Or this doesn't work. That's weird. This behavior isn't happening in our test map, right? No, these are normal. Because these are the BPs. I wish there was some, like, information that we could tell from that. I mean, maybe it doesn't like custom collision profile names. I don't know. Are we able to see the collision profile here? It is currently overlap all dynamic. Query only. Okay. Let's just save that. Now, what is it after? Interaction prompt. So it does set that correctly. Query only, no physics. Query only interaction prompt. It is set to ignore hazards. It looks correct to me. In which case the problem then is not the player's component. But rather the effect collider. What are we mapping the begin overlap to? To the component or... binding it to itself. I mean, that should be correct. It's not like we're binding that to the parent or something, unless it's considering the parent in that overlap, but that would be weird. Nah, something's wonky here. Although still, it was printing pawn. It was printing object type pawn. Here it's not hitting that though. Which one is this? 2. Yeah, see, it just ignores that completely. I mean, that's absolutely correct. You would think that when we add that component to an existing actor, then that it would be treated the same way. Otherwise, it wouldn't be much of a component. I mean, I can try adding it again. Effect collider capsule. Let's just make this look like that. Yeah, same thing's happening. Wait, is it? Hold on. No, now it's okay. What the hell is the difference between those two then? They both have the same collision setup. The fuck? Is it because it was scaled instead of manually adjusting the shape? It can't be the scale, right? There's no way. Hold on, there's no effects set up. No, it's working fine now. It's the same component. What am I missing? Let me assign the effect at least so it's working properly. Why is this working now? I don't know what it is. Hey Rojo, don't attempt to enjoy your stream. See you again tomorrow. See you tomorrow, man. Have a nice Wednesday. Thanks for showing up. I love you. Weird. I don't know what the hell I am missing with that. I have no clue why that just suddenly magically works again. And the old... It wasn't even... It's not even an old thing. It was just the other version of the exact same component. Somehow didn't function. That confuses me. I consider myself confused. Maybe there was just like some bad metadata from the changes to collision. I don't know. Makes me kind of worried that it'll just pop up again out of nowhere. But I suppose for right now it doesn't really matter. Oh, fuck me. Okay, whatever. Let's just keep moving on with replacing the others. Today we need to replace all effect colliders in Redlock level. Update tooltip helpers. I don't think I'll have to do anything else. We just can make the new build. Oh, I do kind of need to fix checkpoints, but they're not working properly. I'm supposed to make like a whole different checkpoint subsystem, and I just haven't needed to yet. but I kind of need to hack that in. I don't have a menu made for them. Could I make a really simple, basic menu? Maybe. That's pretty much it. And these will just be tedious, but kind of, you know, as long as nothing happens. Should be pretty easy. We just have this shit here. I mean, it does say it's... I mean, the regular BP capsules should work, actually. These should function the same. We just need to give them the proper setup. I wanted to do with the components, but those ones won't work with components, or not as well. This one here is nice because then I can just move this around and, you know, it's all one package without having to be grouped. These two do have to be separate though, but they can be separate but equal. We're gonna grab this, take the default, check data table config. I can clear that. We're gonna do one per ID and we'll do effect level 6, or let's do hazard. Level 6, room 1, 1. Remove on overlap. Proximity based. No. Let's do half. Let's do 0.5. No proximity based. Remove on overlap, and then we'll do the same thing here. Although I have to fix the collision on these ones. Let me do that before I forget. Unfortunately, these are 3 different classes, even though they share a lot of the same DNA. What did I change here? Function flags. I don't know what that means. Yes, yeah. Can you send me those books too? That we talked about, those D&D books. And then I'll fill you in on what's been going on with those health things we talked about. They didn't just disappear. I know we didn't get rid of them. And if you gave them away to somebody, I'm gonna be... It should all be in the same box. The same box of all the D&D stuff, the Tunnels and Trolls stuff. I think. Did you find that box at least? I would hope it wouldn't be in the basement. Oh, you did find that box, but they weren't in there. What the hell? Are they in the bookshelf? They're kind of unassuming, like, but I mean, no, you can't. They wouldn't be. It would be hard to miss them because they look the same, but they're just different colors. Crazy. Okay, I don't know where they are then. Oh, I did put the check data table config after setup listeners, so I got to do that for these two. They're probably on the bookshelf somewhere then. I don't know. I believe that you checked. I just don't know where else to look. Okay, this one should be fixed. I am going to turn on their visibility in game by default, just for testing purposes. Because we don't have any like visual effects for these hazards yet. Yeah, we'll talk later. Saturday I'm gonna be really busy. Sunday I might be free though. Sunday should be fine. You heard about Saturday, okay. I'm the talk of the town, I guess. That'll be nice. Hopefully we can set it up in the future too. Time zone shit sucks. Okay, so this should be looking good then. No proximity. Let's see. Let's double check that. Now, I feel like I have to double check all these now because I just don't know if they're gonna function. Okay, this one is functioning. Shouldn't there be one here though? Maybe I made this larger so that it covered this area too. Yeah, I think these were larger. Maybe the box one was larger. But they should share the same ID. Also, failing to get data table row. That's an easy fix. I see the issue. I can't really, I don't know who to send stuff to for birthdays, so just tell people I wish them, obviously I wish them a happy birthday. This should have been set up this way in the first place anyway, so it's not like I'm hacking this fix in. Okay, I'll fix that one. Same thing here. We are going to move these over to a custom shape component class. That's on the menu. So then we can combine all three of these into the same parent and just change the shape. Yeah, this must have gotten like messed up at some point. Hopefully that's fully... Yeah, that should be fine. That looks good now. As long as it's not chunking down here and screwing up the player. No, it looks good. Looks good. We'll just double check that that's going to treat that as one ID. Yeah. Looks good. Rikowski, do you want me to put in a toggle to mute the footstep sounds? In the escape menu. Just for you. Oh, look, header title. Beautiful menu. I could probably do it. Actually, I did have a sound slider in here before, and I took it out. I don't know why I did. Didn't we? Oh no, it was a camera sensitivity slider. That would be good to put back into, actually. I'll add that to the menu. We'll have to double check which class that audio's using. It's not set to one. Classes. And for now, let's just copy the master one. Rose. That was weird. We don't have any children classes yet for this. We'll just assign the footsteps to master. That way you can mute the the footsteps for now. The work. Okay, these should be good. These should be good. This is fine. This is... Realistically, it would be nice if we made a preset for the character. Let's do that before we forget. We're gonna fix a whole bunch of little things today. We'll keep it set to object type pawn though, but I'm just gonna give the preset of Redlock player object type pawn. Block. Block, 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 block. Overlap. Hazard. Ignore resonant induction. Is there any reason why we would want the player to overlap with resonant induction? I don't think so. Because the player can't be charged up. They don't have like a battery. And I don't think we have any functionality that works like that. What's up, Chiza? Rider cool? I knew this once. Every time I look at the collision profile panel. They updated it recently, I think, so that you can now have 50 custom channels. It used to be like 20 or something, or 28. Like it was a really weird number, and they've increased it, which is really cool. Although now it's another weird number. Like I don't know what the purpose of limiting it to 28 was. Because there's, you know, it's not like a byte or something, right? Where it'd be 256. It's such a weird number from a programming standpoint. Yeah, I think this works. Oh, collision is set to no collision. We don't want that. We want query and physics. Sweet. What's going on? We are doing some minor fixes and adjustments to the Redlock level because I need to make a new build for somebody today. Because the build that we currently have on Steam is very old. But I'm going to get him a build and a key. Speaking of, actually, that kind of reminded me, I need to, I think, request a new set of keys. Let me double check. I don't think I've ever requested keys for Redlock yet. I do not. I think I select the, just to double check. could do one of the, yeah, but it's for a friend. Like, I'd probably gift him a copy of the game anyway. But this one is only going to be, yeah, once it's been released. So I have to do released state override. I need to do beta test for one. That's right. Okay, give me a sec. Tags. It's important to tag your keys. Testing. Continue. Package name. Redlock for beta. Yeah, but that's not the package I use. I don't use packaging Redlock for beta testing. I mean, I could upload to that. Do I even see that package on here? No. I don't think I'm supposed to use that package name though. Let me try beta. It still says beta testing. Yeah, I think when you request it for beta testing, it's only for that package. Oh, fuck. Maybe I'll do the developer auto grant. What did I do for Coin Pusher? I don't know if this will show any information. Let me double check. It says package reloaded for beta testing. Oh, because you know what? Because that is correct. Because then it you put the included app in that. The package is just like behind the scenes, I think. So that should be fine. I'll do the beta testing one then. When you guys play it though, when you guys have testing, I you know, it's really annoying for me to just like hand out keys to anybody that asks. So I'm just gonna upload the game separately through like Google Drive or whatever, and then you guys can easily download it whenever you want. I just need to send this to a friend, and I would like him to have like continued access. So we'll just do the beta, the testing. I'll get 10 keys because I might hand it out to some other people too. These keys are meant for developer friends to continually check out new builds and provide feedback. Okay. Usually those are processed pretty fast. They send an email, which is pretty nice whenever you get them approved. Okay, back to work. Back to work. We have these ones set up. Let's keep following along. We have a bunch of these ones. These are all the I could just keep these here. I might just keep these. I won't switch these over to the component. It is nice to know that the component is working now. We'll just set all these to be the same. They're very annoying to select though. You can increase line thickness to help with that. Oh, I can't select a component on that. Well, that's annoying. I have to do them one by one. That really sucks. Okay. Let's do it this way then. Generally, they should be kind of in order, maybe. And we can come down here. Select default. Is proximity based. I think I set the effect data up wrong. No, it's fine. It's fine. Maybe it's not fine. Transact check is valid. Set valid effect row. It should be good. Okay, same thing here. Remove on end overlap. It's a little annoying to have to like fix these. But it's because I refactored, so it's like, okay, you know, bite the bullet, fix this now. Then I don't have to touch it in the future. Hopefully. Hey, Teeksta. This is really boring though. What are you gonna do? Okay, 9. 10. Okay, that's up in the next room. Oh yeah, that's up in the main room here. It's kind of the one downside of components is that you you know, you can't like see the components on the root actor, so you can't modify them unless you select them individually. It's a little bit of obfuscation. What are you gonna do? We're gonna set that one to half. This one to half. I mean, I did make the handy little button, right? So at least it's kind of easy just to paste it in and make some sweeping changes. Okay, that one should be half. Any one that I expect the player to spend a little bit of time around, I want to set to half, so it's not too annoying. Ones like this where the player might not even come into close proximity with it, we can just set to full. No biggie. Later, by the way, we might watch the Gamescom reveals, or at the very least watch some of the trailers, because I don't want to sit through like 2.5 hours of Jeff Keighley yapping, revealing High Guard again. So we'll probably just watch the trailers directly. Fucking High Guard. You guys remember High Guard? This one can be full. $21. I'm gonna set this one to half, because the player is like running along this one directly. So we want it to deal damage, but I want it to be a little bit minimal, let's say. $22. The player does climb on this one, and they do get close to it. It is pretty minimal though, but I'm gonna set this one to, you know what, we'll set it to full. We'll do a full test run of this map again, just to make sure everything's working correctly. This one we can set to half. And I think I will make it... This one's weird because I have all these like crystals in a row. No, we will set it to proximity. We'll set it to proximity. It'll actually deal less damage to the player that way. $24. These should all be half. And be proximity. $27. Okay, now we're back in this room. This should 100% be half. That's going to deal a lot of damage to the player. 28. These should all be half. $29 half. The two boxes I'm pressing are to set it to proximity based and then remove on end overlap. Otherwise it will, you have the option of making a collider that will continuously like update the effect while the player is inside of it. So it's like, you know, while you're standing in fire, but then when you leave it, it will just tick down the remaining ticks on it. So we can set up like fire that's supposed to last for 10 seconds once you're on fire, and it will just keep updating that timer while you're still in the fire, but then once you leave, it will, you know, wear down in those 10 seconds. So that's what you can do if you untick the remove effect on end overlap. But we don't have fire yet. We have lava, but lava is a little bit more dangerous than fire. You can be on fire. I would not be in lava. No recommende. Okay, these two need to be half, because you climb on them. $36, you get close to. So we could do full on that. But the countdown timer only start when the player actually leaves the lava, then it's not constantly resetting. Well, so the reason we do that is the player doesn't see it. The player doesn't see like the ticks until they leave. The reason that we have it the way it is so that the effect system in the back end knows to update that current effect, since we handle it based on the source provider of the effect. So from the player's, from like the front facing perspective, the player doesn't see that it's updating. They just see that they're standing in fire and they're still taking fire damage. The player only sees the countdown once they leave. If that makes sense. $37. Player climbs on these, so we should do half. I don't think you guys saw me implement the effects. Was I streaming with that? No, you saw me implement the original versions of these. However, I refactored them on the time that I was not streaming to be components, which means we can put them on any actor. And on top of that, any actor can now be a listener to effects, so we can have things receiving effects that are not the player. For instance, maybe you throw in a cardboard box into fire, we can have it react to that fire and then, you know, get destroyed, right? We don't have that currently, you know, implemented like a cardboard box, but we have the functionality to just make that and then tell it to respond to that effect, which is pretty nice. Okay, player's meant to climb on this, so that'll be half. This one too. Last capsule. Oh, I know where this is. We can set it to full. I'm kind of just eyeballing these, you know, thinking about how much time the player is expected to spend in them and setting them accordingly. Alright, so the capsule should be done. We just have some boxes. This is... Yeah, I know where this is. The box is not the right size, though. I think when I switched it over to be a component, it messed up the sizes a little bit. That's fine. Yeah, I don't see that poking out where it shouldn't be. This one 100% should be half. Okay, number 3. These are also the wrong size. So what's cool about these is that you would think, oh, if the player's standing here, right, they're going to take the effect of 2 of these hazards. But what we can do... We come down here, we're going to set this to half. Remove on end overlap. We're going to set an ID of hazard level 6. Room 2. And set it to 1 per ID. And now it will treat both of these as 1 hazard. But because they are proximity based, it's going to take the proximity of the one the player is closest to. So the player won't notice that they are, that there's 2 separate boxes here since it treats it as 1. I don't like this overlapping though, because it will briefly treat that as separate, but that is kind of the case here. That's kind of weird. Should be checking that on begin play, but it isn't. Remind something is kind of broken. Wait, hold on. What did we do wrong? This one was working fine, right? I wonder if it's grabbing the data table row. No, because we're setting the data. And if there is no valid row, yeah, but it is a valid row. I know what the problem might be. It's my fault though, it's not a bug. Oh no, this does not have the ID here. Okay. Double check that. It might be because of what I did. Putting this here. Technically it should not be doing this. And I think that's the reason why it's fucking up. I have to put like a note there. Do not add the check data table config. Begin play, because what I think it's doing is it's overriding the data at runtime, because that data table row is still valid, and we don't want to care if the data table row is valid on runtime. We just want to grab the cached data that's here. That's why I made the button. I think I fucked it up. Yes. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I gotta put a note there. Do not add the data table check. Now it's working. There is one other bug with it though that I saw, which is effect collider not correctly getting player on begin play. And it should be doing that. I have a specific check overlapped listeners. It should be grabbing the player. It should be grabbing all actors. I wonder if there's a race condition though where... Oh, it just didn't run? Oh. Why is that not checking this number 2? What the fuck? Debug. Hey, anomalies. This is number 2, right? BP Hazard Capsule 2. BPC Effect Collider in Capsule... in BP Hazard Capsule 2. Begin play! What the hell? Is there any reason it wouldn't be running begin play? No. I need that to debug. I need that to hit. Let's do this instead. That's a local variable, but I should keep an array of current overlapped listeners. So we can just debug that. So let's do blueprint debugger. Let's press play here. Oh, now the breakpoint hits. You asshole. Okay. Ensure condition failed to identify property type. What do you mean? Huh? Widget? Some issue with like a string property? Okay. I'm gonna close that. Look into that later. Okay, I found the player. Okay. This is failing. Oh my gosh, shut up. Get out of here. It's like I can't even grab the other. Oh, wait, are we not plugging in the other component? Only the other actor? That might be it. Yeah, I didn't plug in the other component. I can fix. It's gonna be a little awkward, but I can fix that. It's not the cast that I'm worried about. It's that it's just adding more to begin play. Maybe there's a different way I can check for character. I might just say it's a valid overlap if it's a player at all. Is there any way that a character object type would overlap, and we already verify that it has a listener, and we wouldn't want to just let it be valid? I don't think so. I think that'll be fine. We really need to clean up these effect providers too. Get some comments in here. Would help a lot. Okay. It's working. There's just a small little race condition here, unfortunately, with this. We probably don't check for valid tag. Okay, we do check if it's there. This is not a bad... This error is fine. We do want this error here. I just don't like that it's immediately occurring. Why is that happening though? The subsystems should 100% be initializing before any of the actors in the scene do. That's the entire point of the subsystem. I mean, shit, it's a game instance subsystem. I mean, that's being run on initialization of the game instance. That's kind of weird. I might let that be. I mean, if we think about, like, when is this error occurring? It's occurring when the player is starting in a hazard. There's probably no case where this would actually be happening. It's also not really, it's not really causing an error. And it's only for that one tick. Because really it's just saying, hey, we tried to apply this effect, but it wasn't initialized yet. And then the next tick could be like, okay, we can apply it now, it's fine. So it's not really a big deal. I just have that error there in case, like, something really goes wrong. Otherwise, it's working fine. I think I'll just leave it like that. It's an error because I'm forcing the error. So I will leave that. Okay, these should be fine. Back to doing what we were doing. Let's go up to the second room. We're going to double check those boxes. One per ID. Looks good. So we start on the crystal. Beautiful, that's working. We might see one brief double. I could set that to be the same ID, since we do expect them to overlap a little bit. It's weird, that's not dealing damage. The debug seems wonky on those. I wonder if I'm getting the scaled value for that. Let's enable debug and we'll double check. I do hate that that error though. I don't think I should soft error it though, because it's meant to happen if your configuration is wrong. I do hate it popping up though. The fuck, why is it so big? Oh, technically that is correct. Yeah, the boxes here are kind of problem. Maybe I shouldn't make these proximity based. I think they'd have better behavior that way. And then we'll give this the same ID, but this one will be proximity based. Okay, that one's looking good. Probably do need to make it wider. Okay, it's working now. It is weird though with the box. It was like it's like thinking that the longest side was up and down. I think that's why it was debugging weird. That shouldn't be the case. This blue should be horizontal, not vertical. I don't know why it thinks it's the rotation? Oh, that's the Z. That's the yaw. That's fine. No, that can't be the problem. Do we ever calculate the longest sides? I definitely don't think we're doing that on tick. We shouldn't be doing that on tick. But do we ever use this? Show collider debug. Oh. At some point, it must have gotten moved to... Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, okay. It is still vertical though. What is this? Hazard box 3? I mean, it's drawing the box extents. I really do wonder if it's just the rotation though. It should be using the longest side as the axis, and so because the longest side is whatever, let's see what it grabs. Weird, it's not hitting it, it's not running it. Enable debug is on, so it's going to begin play. Show collider debug. It's a BPI call. Be enable debug. BPI affect colliders, show collider debug. And we fixed that, so it's put in the right place. Show debug should be true, so it should calculate longest signs. Okay. Now it hit it. They're negative. I need to absolute value those. That, I think, is the problem. I'm assuming they're positive. Hold on. That explains a lot. Just wanted to make sure they were connected right. Could it be Dramlux? Okay, that's much better. Oh yeah, okay. Now we fixed it. Absolute value. Looking sexy. So much better. Problem solved. We can set those back to proximity checking. They should be good. There is a better way we could be checking this area. Realistically, we should just put 3 capsules around here, but this is just a test map, so I don't really give a fuck. This is not the final version, so it doesn't have to be balanced. Oh, fuck me. Ugh. I do want to prevent that error from popping up though. We could just check if the subsystem has been initialized yet. I assume that the subsystem has not been initialized yet when that pops up. Let me cause the error again. I think it's in a function library. No, it's on the subsystem itself. Let's do this then. B subsystem initialized. Core, move this up. Set it to private. Boolean used for internal checking if the subsystem has been set up to account for any potential race conditions. I'm still not really sure how there could even be a race condition with a game instance subsystem. Like this should always be initialized first. Now, if it still happens with this, then we have a real problem. But I'm hedging my bet that it just wasn't fully initialized yet. Could be an editor only thing too. Okay, it's gone. Yeah, it's possible that it could be an editor thing. The editor does run things in a different sequence than runtime, than like a build. Sadly. That's one of the reasons why blueprints are less efficient in editor 2 versus in a build. Okay, 2 more boxes. Where the fuck is this? Oh, I know where this is. Yeah, we want to treat this as one hazard. I don't know why we have 2 boxes here though. That's kind of weird. Yeah, that looks good. Here. Should be good. All right. Get their details updated. We will do half. These also need to have 1 per ID as well, before I forget. It's technically room 3, but only because I added an additional room, so whatever. Just you wait, Redlock. Just you wait. Guess what's coming out in 2 days? Just you wait. Technically, something is coming out in September, by the way. Apparently, the Witcher 3 remaster, remaster, whatever you want to call it, is coming out on the 29th. Although I don't know when the DLC is coming out. I don't think it's the same day. But I'm not sure. It says 2027. I do want to... I'm not going to jump into Witcher 3 again with the remaster, but I would like to do that before this comes out. We're going to replay Witcher 3 from scratch, then jump into the DLC in preparation for Witcher 4. But we don't know when this is coming out yet. We'll take a look at the trailer for it all once we're done with today's tasks and the rest of whatever was announced at Gamescom, including High Guard. Need your wife's number so we can call them and report to them that you're slacking at work. I will say, while we were playing Stalker, it's not that I don't like Stalker 2, but I was wanting to work on this. I think it's a sign that I'm a workaholic, but I actually get depressed when I'm not making games. The problem is if I make games too much, I also get depressed. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. This game is easy, by the way. How many people miss these jumps here? I had so many complaints about this section. And I basically just told people to get better at jumping. Granted, they couldn't see the splines, which is something we know that we need to... We intend to like have a material here that we can like paint some lines into it so that you can kind of see the flow to hopefully help. Easiest game of my life. I kind of want to change the resources in the upper left with like health, ablative, and hydrogen to just be icons next to the bars. I don't know what to do for an ablative or hydrogen. I guess hydrogen icon will be easier to find than ablative. We might have to just make that one ourselves for the time being. Pixels looking hot? Yeah, they are. Those are spicy. That's a spicy ground right there. Don't jump on it. Ooh, perfect timing. Ooh. I like this level a lot. It's fun. I'm thinking of keeping the game, like, I don't know, I'm just theorizing, right? But I'm thinking of starting the game off like this, where it is just a precision platformer. You know, it's not going to be maybe as long of a level as this, but, you know, get the player familiar with movement and jumping, get them used to that. And then we can slowly start to introduce, like, the being able to move objects and shit. I just missed. I just missed. Fuck me. We didn't die. We're okay. No, I was showing you that you can catch yourself if you fall. You know, like the game's not over unless you know, fall in lava. So hopefully you guys can, you know, have seen that and understand it. Oh, that's right. I made it so you don't have to wait for these. I forgot I fixed that. The only reason why I wouldn't want to start this game off where you don't have the ability to, like, pick up and move objects is that I think it gives the wrong impression. Like, imagine a player playing this for the first hour and it's just this kind of gameplay. You would think that the rest of the game is like this. I don't think that we should do that. I think that's bad design. We can have a smaller section that's like that, maybe. Like the first 10, 15 minutes. Or just only have a few items that you can move around. Just so that you know that you can do it. I forgot to jump. I don't know, we'll worry about tutorialization later. I don't want an explicit tutorial though. My goal will be to make it so that at the very most we tell the player how to, like, move and jump and grab things, and that's it. That is it. We don't tell the player how the systems work. It's going to save us so much money on localization. We're not going to have a boring tutorial. It means your grandma might not be able to play, but that's fine. I don't want your grandma playing this game anyway. Be cool if your grandma's played. Your grandma's like hard sci-fi? Lumen's bitching at me. Fine. Fuck you too, Lumen. You know, there is one reason I don't like doing playtests though, and it's gonna sound like I'm bitching when I say it, but I don't like when I run playtests like this, and the only feedback somebody wrote down is like, I don't know, they didn't get as much FPS as they wanted. Like, it's not the time for that. No shit. I hate this section. I really do hate this section. This section has to be replaced. I'm gonna put a sign on the wall that says this section will be replaced. I know it sucks. I don't like it. It's just boring. There's so much fucking waiting here. It's nothing dynamic. It sucks. Our game will be frictional. Our game is definitely not going to explain much to the player. But that means that it's going to come with a necessity to learn by observing and inferring. Some necessity of trial and error. But I think that's really where you start to engage players, where it's like, okay, you know, try something. Give it a shot. But then players actually have to do that. Yeah, I mean, our game isn't like super punishing if you die early on anyway. This room is a little bit punishing though. This is where most players got filtered. Was this room. I don't dislike what this room has, more just that I think it's still a little, it's rough around the edges. And there's some sections that I think are shit. Crouch cam. Just like all my favorite streamers. Yeah, different games are always gonna have different different necessities for penalties. I think Kotspur is secretly hoping that I don't make this game as punishing as this current demo is. I think he's right too. I don't think it will be. But I wonder if we should treat this as one hazard. I might treat this as one hazard. Nice jump. That's pretty good. I think the damage to the ablative is pretty high on some of these, but we'll just, that'll be easier to tweak right now. Good news is we're fine. Yeah, virtual shadow map bullshit. Yeah, it just uninstalls the game when you die. And you purposefully make the game like 150 gigabytes in size so that you have to re-download 150 gigabytes every time. People on metered connections just crying. Okay, so we did this. The Stalker method. I mean, I get why Stalker 2 is so big. To a point. To a point. I definitely don't see how or why it should be 193 gigabytes at this point, though. I could definitely see, I don't know, 80 or 90. I could get behind that. 193? Nah, man. Even like, even Colder Chronicles. I'm not gonna load it up, don't worry. But even Colder Chronicles, which I did not reuse like any textures of at all, and I didn't lower the texture resolution to a point. It was only 4 gigabytes. I had tons of bullshit textures and materials in there that I wasn't using. And it's not like Nanite models take up that much space either on the drive. Because they're all compressed. So, what the hell is Stalker 2 doing? Audio? I mean, that is one thing. But that much audio? Kind of depression? You mean compression? You cannot build an Unreal Engine game without compressing, as far as I know. Or at the very least, you would have to manually turn it off. And some assets are compressed twice even. I could buy audio for maybe 20 gigabytes of it. It does have a lot of audio, it does. But that much? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Tooltip helpers. Yeah, let's go look and find all the tooltips. These are unfortunately all gone. I gotta rewrite these. I do not remember what they said though. I really don't want to open up an old version of the game just to figure them out, so I might just rewrite them. I knew what they were meant to kind of say, but not what they explicitly said. Let me use the bathroom though and fill my drink back up. I mean, Stalker 2 does have a lot of like 4K textures, right? Like pretty much everything in that game is super high quality textures, but they had to have been duplicating some of those. I mean, look at like Helldivers 2. Like Helldivers 2 looks really beautiful, right? A very, very pretty game. But they went through and they deduplicated and they're down to 22 gigabytes for that. Impressive. BRB. The Stalker 2 SDK is 700 gigabytes. Jesus Christ. The music, oh. Dead moment on the track. 700 gigabytes. I mean, what do they do? Like ship everything in the SDK? It has everything? Jesus. In fairness to them, like they do have the voice acting, and it is all packaged together, so they have English and Ukrainian. The game does have a branching narrative too, so like, it can't be audio though. It can't all be audio. Like even FLAC files are not that big. They're big, not that big. It's gotta, there has to be some deduplication, or some duplication of textures. Oh my god, open up, please! Oh. It won't open! I'm cutting a bigger hole, that's it. Smash it, that's gonna do it. I was gonna get raspberry powder everywhere. We're gonna watch some of those trailers from Gamescom later today, because I do not have enough to do for the full day. It's still just... Okay, I kind of got it. Well, here's the thing, like, everybody in my chat is smart, right? You guys are really smart. We know that when we see a game with that high of disk size required, like, we know what that means, or what it probably means. And we know how to attribute a lot of that to different things. If you read the average post on like Steam forums or Twitter or Reddit, where everybody isn't smart but thinks they are, I swear to God, you'll get like 95% of comments just saying that it's because the developers don't compress their assets, or that'll be the big one. The second biggest one will be, oh, it's Unreal Engine 5, it's nanite models. It's nanite and lumen taking up. It's like the boogeyman. Anything wrong with game must be nanite and lumen. CPU usage high, nanite and lumen. That was actually one that I had to respond to recently on Steam forums. Well, it's like because the game is only going to run at 40 FPS on consoles because of nanite and lumen being running on the CPU. And it's like he was so sure of himself, like, yeah, it's totally this thing. And you know, we shit on like AI, right? Of course, AI gets some things wrong. Even this, if you just ask AI, hey, am I right about this thing? It would be like, no, nanite and lumen are on the GPU. Both. They were specifically created to pull away CPU hogging. Unfortunately, that means that they're both running on the GPU, and that's why GPU usage and VRAM usage, especially on Unreal Engine 5 games using those technologies, is high, but whatever. You guys know that because you're smart, unlike those people. It's due to Nana, okay. You can't rage bait me, not today. Okay, what's this one supposed to say? Also, I'm kind of curious, why did I expose the tooltip override on the item data? But it's also here on the tooltip actor. Why is this public? Where am I calling this? Because we have a BPI call, so that we should just be able to make this private. There shouldn't be any reason that we're specifically grabbing this actor and then specifically grabbing this variable. But I'm going to double check. Going to index everything. I don't see our usage of it. I just see the get actor and update actor tooltip, which is correct. All we should be seeing here. Weird. Okay, this should be private then. You want to see, like, I'll just do this. I'll go on different games as subreddits or forums sometimes, just to, to read things, and literally every time I get just pulled in and like rage baited into having to respond to people who don't know what they're talking about. It was for Blood of Dawnwalker, by the way. I was just viewing some stuff. Strong sexual content, LGBT, of course, classic. There was something about like the game being 40 FPS on this one here. And there was this guy. As far as their system requirements post, GPU side will be fine, but CPU will be loaded. Most likely due to Lumen and Nanite being moved to CPU. Outer Worlds 2 Lumen works the same way and it is bad, but once you turn it to software emulation, CPU load drops and works just fine. I swear people do not do any research. I'm not mean to them though, I just like try to tell them what's correct. So I said, neither Lumen or Nanite are CPU driven technologies, even with software Lumen. Quite interesting, hardware Lumen can actually increase the CPU overhead due to a necessity to rebuild the TLAS every frame. Also, it has increased draw distance for Lumen on hardware. Various implementations and smaller scene quirks can also contribute to CPU overhead, but in general, both Nanite and Lumen were purposefully built to reduce CPU usage as much as possible, which sadly, this day and age of GPU prices kind of sucks. If I had to guess why they capped FPS in consoles, they're probably forcing Lumen, no legacy GI fallback. Borderlands 4 did the same thing, which was worse. God, that game's optimization was ass. I think it still is horrible. It may not have the most optimized Nanite setup. Lumen and VSMs are VRAM hogs under dynamic lighting conditions. And Nanite's buffer is very easy to hike up if you don't diligently manage overdraw. They may not be making use of packed level actors and instant static meshes either, generally adding in a noticeable cost to GPU computing power. I hope he learned his lesson, that little bitch. No. I try to correct the narrative. We won't be mean to people. The truth comes out. Yeah, you got me. Let me make sure that this override is working. I think it is working. Yeah. No tooltip. Now we should have a tooltip. Sweet. Okay, this was supposed to say something about you can go to the right and do the optional objective, or you can go to the left and open up a shortcut. Let's write it here. With new 5000 NVIDIA, their new added AI chips adds latency in games, making the 5090 load to the force. It adds latency? On the 5000 series? Seems like a driver issue if you ask me. Unless there's something wrong with the hardware. But what do you mean adds latency? Like input latency? Path to the right takes you towards the optional objective of turning on the geothermal generators. Path to the left will allow you to open up a shortcut. And then allows you to either continue with the main path or do the optional objective. Choice is yours. It's hardware latency. That's kind of crazy. Wonder what they fucked up on that. Okay, number 2. This is just like a hazard introduction. Purple crystal is radioactive and will eat away at your ablative, or if you have none, your health. Use restoration stations like the one next to the crystal to restore your core resources. This is the kind of stuff that we're not going to explain to the player in the future, but for now, I'm just going to do that for the sake of testing. This map is kind of deprecated anyway. Fuck AI workflows. Nobody using AI is really building value. And the people that are building value with AI are people that could have already built it without AI. Such a misused piece of technology. All right, this is the... This is Schedule 1 OST, Athana. Don't worry, I'll get that all fixed again. It's my I'm not on my streaming PC. You just love using that command whenever it's not working, but when it is working, you never use it. Piece of shit. It's like you know. I hate you so much. Hey, Miss Sophie. What do we want to write here? Jumping on the crystal. We'll continue you on the main path. Can also jump forward and downwards. Be careful to get over to the geothermal generators. Try taking the pathway to the left to... Okay, never mind. Sorry, I got distracted. Pathway to the left to unlock a shortcut that will allow you to skip the scary lava flow section. Hey Qmazu, thank you for the raid of 55 people. What's up, guys?
With 55 viewers.
How's it going? Happy Wednesday, Qmazu. It's been such a long time. I hope you're doing well. Great to see you. Can't talk? Don't worry, power ran out. Okay, don't worry. If you have to go, no worries. Ah, your power died. I hope you were able to save before that happened. Happy Wednesday, Raiders. How's your game going? Your viewers can tell me, don't worry. I know how it feels. Raiding to me is such a weird thing because at the moment I want to raid. I'm also really hungry and really tired and I don't want to talk. There needs to be like a preset where it's like I'm gonna raid and run it, and then it'll like give the person you raid a message that says, this person has raided you and is really tired and wants to go eat. But thank you so much for the raid. I hope you guys had a great stream. Welcome to some relaxing, chill session of fixing some things before we make a new build for some testers. You switch from Unreal to Unity. For the same game that you guys were working on? Totally understandable. Unity is, I think, in a very good spot these days. Update the escape menu. Title, camera sensitivity, master sound slider. I have no idea if our sliders are working. We're gonna have to double check. Yeah, I'm a bit sad I haven't had much opportunity to work with Unity lately. I mostly just get hired and do work on Unreal. But I don't think I'm gonna pick up Unreal 6 when it comes out. I don't like what they're doing with that. But I would like some experience working on Unity. What's up, C-Spawn? More GTA leaks dropped? Oh. I am not gonna watch those on stream. I'll watch those off stream. No reason. I'm pretty sure I fixed my sliders, but I gotta double check. Slider. WBP slider with label. Let's see if it works. It feels like it has better FPS. Yeah, it's less bloated than Unreal. And you can make it look pretty good now. They've been doing a lot of work with Unity. But there are some things that I think are just better built out of the box with Unreal, and I think it has capacity to do some things that Unity you would have to build custom. It is working. Doesn't really have great feedback. I might have to fix it up. It's not unfunctional though. And it's not breaking focus, which is a good thing. Yeah, it's not breaking focus. That's the important part. Because I want this new demo to be fully playable on gamepad. It does look horrible though. We'll switch these to common text and then normalize it with our new fonts. We'll do that for the starters. Common text. Yes. And what's our usual text size here? Regular white 16. That was me in high school. Right before I dropped out of high school. The hackers say the biggest leak is dropping today. Am I weird for not really supporting? I don't support the hacking. Oh, I think, you know what I think it is? I have global variables that are overriding this. Yeah, hold on. I definitely don't think this is hurting them right now with like the clips that have come out, but I don't support it legally. I do think it is real hackers. I do. I don't think it's a marketing campaign. They wouldn't have done subpoenas otherwise. Because then you're abusing the legal system for marketing purposes, and that would actually make them lose money. And I think that they would lose support if they did that. Not to say that you can't do it the way that they're doing for like a marketing campaign, but they would not have filed subpoenas if it was. They filed subpoenas against Discord and Microsoft? Who was the other one? No, they filed subpoenas. Against Discord for sure, Microsoft and X actually, so they filed subpoenas against Microsoft and X as well to try and find this information on this cyber leak guy so that they can sue him. I am very curious how he got... I bet there's more than one person involved, because I don't know how he would have gotten this without hacking into the company, if it was just, you know, him alone. So if I were to guess, somebody within Rockstar sent him that info. Probably like a friend. Like, hey, don't show this to anybody. Oh, I just spilled water on myself. The Indian offices were leaky. I mean, maybe. I would imagine that they have pretty good cybersecurity, though, that would have detected something like that. Disgruntled or laid off employees could be. Yeah, I mean, they can deny subpoenas, so if you get a subpoena, you absolutely can deny it. And it's usually like boilerplate to do so. I think that it would hurt Discord's reputation to give into the subpoenas. However, I am also supportive of Rockstar finding the leaker. It's just not a good precedent to set that this is okay just because the game is so hyped. And, you know, a video is different than like a full build, of course. But we don't want to set a precedent for this. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen to him. Actually, it wouldn't be FBI. But I do think, like, depending on what you leak, especially if it's an older build, that absolutely can damage it, right? Because not everybody will see it and know, oh, this build is from 3 years ago. And they might think that it looks unpolished. Well, now you can prove that it has damaged the reputation of the game because this wasn't your clarification, right? If I show a build of my game that's 3 years old, and it damages the reputation of my game or company, or people decide not to buy it because it looks old and unpolished, I'm the one at fault for that, right? I can't probably sue myself for something like that. But, you know, this hacker is absolutely damaging the reputation of the company because there are going to be people that see it and don't understand the context behind it. You don't have to bans about physical discs. It's not really up to Rockstar, and also it doesn't really matter. Just because your demand is, I don't know, on the good ethical side does not legalize your actions. It's the same, and I know people are going to find it weird for me to say it, but the same is kind of with like Reckless Ben, right? With the Bricks and Minifig stuff. They do have some right to sue him for some of his actions, and they probably can claim damages for some of them. Just because you're on the right morally or ethically does not mean that you are now magically going to get away with your actions. I'm really wondering why there isn't a space here. Looks really awkward. Maybe I just forgot to put it there. We'll put padding on the left and the right of this, and then I'll take it off of the size box. I mean, the thing is, like, I know people are upset about the whole physical media thing, but the problem is people aren't really buying games on physical media much anymore. That's why they got rid of them. Like, if it was beneficial to do so, they would do it. But the thing is, it costs a lot of money to make them, to, you know, they have to make the discs themselves, so they have to buy it. So there's a material upfront cost. Same with the actual like box and the art within it, and then they have to produce it, ship it, store it. All of that is just hurting their bottom line. Well, but Nintendo Switch ones cost the developers. I've worked on a game that was released for Switch, and it's like they have different tiers of costs for the cartridges that you use. So the bigger your game is on the cartridge, the more money that you're losing as a developer. And I don't think that probably a lot of people are buying Switch cartridges. I don't know. I don't know if they have released information on that. I don't know if there is any information about that. Nintendo's pretty tight-lipped about it. The most we could get is like a poll. Yeah, I don't see anything. Switch probably has the most because they never run sales on shit for Nintendo games. So like you can probably find a cheaper version of Breath of the Wild, like Processor Chaos was saying, physically, like a used copy, because they never run sales. By the way, we don't care if this looks ugly or not. It's just for testing. Should be 2 fractional digits, though. What's the step value on that? It's 0.01. Why is it not updating that, then? Oh, it's probably because we are... No, I don't know why. That is weird. It even shows the 2 fractional digits here. Oh, because I didn't set it here. Realistically, these could be variables as well for configuration. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. GTA 5 was on 1 disc, but there is a maximum capacity for the Blu-ray. I don't remember what it is. Blu-ray. And they cannot squeeze more out of it as far as I know. "25 gigabytes per layer with dual layer discs 50 being the industry standard for feature length video, triple layer 100 for and quadruple layer discs 128. And this is kind of the problem, is that they... Jesus, double-sided? Can you imagine how expensive that would be to make that? This is the problem, is that like the physical media has a limitation, and we are reaching conventional standards where having the disc alone for some games is not enough, and that's why you have to do the downloads with that. You know, in addition to patches and whatnot. So there aren't really a whole lot of cases where it's going to be super beneficial to print a physical disc and the person playing it would not have access to online for some reason. So that's why, like, I would argue probably for GTA 6, they don't have the option. I don't know what kind of reader is in the PS5 though. This is compatible with Ultra HD Blu-ray discs. But do we know anything about the optical drive? This doesn't really say. I don't know. And you know, Sony's got the benefit, they print their own. They have their own factory, as far as I know, that makes Blu-ray discs. But a lot of other developers would have to probably lose out a lot of money by getting these printed. GTA 5, 7 discs? Oh, on PC. Yeah, but well, they have to do it this way because they can't assume that the person buying it has a Blu-ray drive. They can't assume that. Although if you have like a disc drive in your PC, you really should get a Blu-ray reader because they aren't really that expensive. But this is one of those benefits of consoles, is that when you make a game for console, you know exactly what's in it. Always, you know your minimum. But not on PC. Okay, these are both default 2 right now. That's fine. We'll get these plugged in here. Yeah, but a lot of cases don't have front ports anymore. Most of the cases I buy don't have front ports anymore. You have a Blu-ray player in your PC, but it's not plugged in, it's just physically there. People aren't really... This is why, like, the death of the disc, it's not really like Sony is killing death of discs. They're just moving forward with the times. Every car used to have a cassette player. This is nice. This is a very chill day. I do only have this working with D-pad and not even on hold. I'm just going to leave it like that. We know that we will need a slider, though, that allows for left stick as well. But I'm just not going to worry too much about that right now. I did see I think they're making cassettes again. I don't know who. I think Maxell. Maxell is making these again. This funky 1970s cassette tape is making a comeback 50 years later. I do like it. I don't like the death of this kind of physical media, but people have to realize that buying like a cassette tape now and a cassette player is probably going to cost more than it used to, just because there isn't as much supply and there's far fewer demand. They're considered kind of, you know, rarer, uncommon, versus everybody's going to have one of these in their pocket. We have these in the US? CD car cassette adapter. You know, I think I do remember something like this. I'm pretty, yes, I think I do know some people that had this. There's some teenager reaction videos to Sony Walkman. What is this? Please don't show that to me. Dude, I'm gonna have an old crash out if you show that to me. Do not show it to me. I'm gonna ban you spiritually, not actually, but I will ban you I will tell you that you're not allowed to type in chat, and you will have to. You will be recommended to obey it. That's what's gonna happen. So be prepared. How old are you? You're not supposed to ask a woman how old she is. What the hell? I'm 31. Oops. I'm just gonna do like a spacer here. Dude, I like that. Replace the high tech with an emote. It was cool. I remember having a cassette player. I also remember having a CD player. And I remember the first MP3 player. I think the first MP3 player I ever had was a 128 megabyte one. Original MP3 player. I think it was. I don't know if it was exactly this model. That looks familiar though. I remember having one that didn't have a screen though. And that might have been before. I'm pretty sure I had one of these originally. But I don't remember when this came out. If this... I don't remember what like the first one was. Now you guys will find this funny. I got one of the old original Zunes. The big chunky ones with the hard drive inside. This was cool though. I really like this. This was nice. This even had a radio too, which was really cool. That was not super common. And they continued with that with the Zune HD, which I also had. This also had a radio. This was like super. I think the Zune HD was cool. I really like the Zune HD. I still have that at home in the US, and it still works. I'm really tempted to just get it again for listening to music, because they don't make shit with. I don't know. It'd be fun. It'd be a throwback. And I did like it having the radio. I thought it was kind of cool. But then after this, I had a proper phone. I do miss the Zune HD though. It was really nicely made too. It had like actual physical screws in it. It had this really nice like aluminium backplate to it, and it was light. It could just fit into your hand. I kind of miss stuff like that, where it was just small, easy to put in your pocket, durable, simple. I miss that. What a time to be alive. Oh, I didn't implement slider events on this, actually. That's kind of a problem. Did you guys have any, you must have had flip phones, right? Old classic Nokia flip phone. The ones you could like throw down a stairwell and your stairwell would probably be broken, but the phone wouldn't be. I don't even remember which one I would have had. There was one that was like not a flip. Yeah, one of these ones. I remember this. The 3310. We're so old. Dude, somebody made a whole like list of these. I think I was storing it in the game instance. I mean, we can hard code this right now because it's not really meant to be permanent. This was the mouse sensitivity. Game instance. That's right, this is camera sensitivity. Although I think I was mapping that, since default mouse sensitivity is now at 5. Pretty sure I was mapping it to a range. No, that can't be what I was doing. That can't be. I probably just had this set to 1, 5, 0.1. Then we can just do one fractional digit. Here in Finland, it was mandatory to have one of those Nokias. No chance of putting it in your pocket and forgetting if your phone is on you, yeah. I mean, it didn't matter either, but like at that time, not only could you just switch out your battery with another one that you had if it ran out. I don't think people took it as seriously if you forgot your phone at like home or it ran out of battery. Be like, oh, okay, whatever. Because people weren't using them for everything. The BlackBerry craze, though, that was different. People were having... Man, everybody and their mothers had to have a BlackBerry. It had the full keyboard. Okay, we do not have this mapped to anything, I think. Oh, no, that is working. But it's, yeah, it's gonna reset once we open that. I guess gotta fix that. Actually, construct can get called multiple times, right? Yeah, we need to use on initialized. Or actually I can use on... This is a common UI panel. We have a different event. On activated. Duh. Get sensitivity, please. Set value. Where's the function for that? Oh wait, I need to get I would need to get the slider. Get the slider. Slider. It's imperfect, of course, but this is just a temporary solution to this for testing. It should work. Let's check it. As long as the default is 1. It isn't working. Oh, do that too. Why is it not saving? Let me see if it gets called when we... It is not getting called again when we open it. But it might be the... slider on pre-construct. This might be getting called. Called by both the game and the editor. I don't see it getting hit though. Hmm. Current camera sensitivity. It says 1. Let's open here. Let's change it. We can see it updating. What's happening on load? I don't like that. I hate that. In fact, I hate that. Oh, I'm so angry. Oh. Oh, that broke it. Let's see if this is getting triggered at all. It could be something within generic slider too. We only know what's happening on open. I mean, objects or widgets do get pooled in common UI, which means that we should be assuming that we're resetting it every time we open it, which we are. We're treating it like that. We're rebuilding the widget. Then I think that this is getting called. Hmm. We only don't want to mess with this value. Or we want to read from that. So realistically, this is run on pre-construct. Yeah, I don't like that being there. We need, that needs to be moved out. like adjusting stylization, everything is one thing, but we're mixing gameplay and editor functionalities here. Oh, that's right. We have a, yeah, that's right. We have a progress bar and a value. And I have no generic function for updating this. No, I do. I have an update slider value visuals. I might be able to use that. What's up, Ken? I don't like how I implemented this slider. Needs to be refactored. Why is it setting that to 2? To 40%. I have no idea what I even wanted to achieve with this. This is so weird. Okay, I just need this working right now, though. I can come back and fix this later. I just need this working. I need it working. I have no idea what my blueprint setup was beforehand to just have this functional. The whole slider is just bad. It should not be pre-construct. Pre-construct is fine. This shouldn't be on pre-construct. This should be on initialized, or not initialized, but on activation. No, it should be uninitialized, this binding. Why the hell it's here? This is fine. We can set value in percent on pre-cons. Let's try it this way. We won't do unactivated, but instead we will we're just gonna call this separately. Oh, I really just don't. I don't get this addition here, this new value plus slider value. It's so weird. God, this needs refactoring. I think it's just gonna break it more. At least it says 1. Yeah, it ain't doing shit. Just be broken. I don't know why it's resetting each time. Is it even getting called? It's gonna set these up just fine. Must be setting that somewhere, man. Where's that being set? Get set get literally only here, so the value is getting changed probably on load. Oh, I hate this. I don't want to fix this, but I need to fix this. We're getting triggered every time we open that up. Yeah, it is. No, it isn't. It is only when it's different. I don't want to refactor this today. It should be in an MVVM. Like, all of our problems would be fixed if this was just in an MVVM. It would be like 5 times simpler if it was just MVVM. Alright, you want listen to the nice music. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. We might just bite the bullet and do like a temporary MVVM for like these 2 settings that I need for the demo. Give me a sec, give me a sec. Much like a symphony has movements, so too do my bowels. I am a coffee drinker. And I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe coffee is a bit of a relaxant and also stool softener, so it's not the most fun thing. I need to start balancing out with more alcohol though. You know, I need to like find that middle ground between coffee and alcohol where I have just beautiful bathroom times. I'm oversharing. Okay, what do I want to do with this? The issue is that it keeps updating. That's really bothering me. Why does this keep getting called? Value slider change. This is not the source. This is just the result. The source of this that keeps getting updated is probably on like one of these. Construct. That's fine. It's slider and mouse drag. I mean, that's only gonna happen when it can actually receive keys. Let me double check that. I don't think it would be able to run here unless we are actually focusing on it. Yeah. That's not the issue. What worries me is these. That's just updating text. I don't feel like this would get called. Yeah. Okay. We do, of course, want this running on design time. We definitely want the min-max being set. The value, sure. But I think we need to remove pieces of this. Step size is fine too. Oh, I moved it out. Add this to the list of things we'll have to refactor. It's a good thing though, because I was making this kind of with this like weird mix between old and new mindsets. It'll be good to remake that with the new mindset. Yeah, it's just not updating the text until we move it. Everything else is fine though, so if we just manually call the text increase, it should fix it right now. Maybe we didn't skip over text. I could do this tomorrow, but I want to get the build out today. I forgot my notebook at home though, which has all my to-do list. I gotta bring that tomorrow. Today's main thing is I just need to make a new build to put up on Steam for one person. And I'm trying to do this in the least destructive way possible. But I want these 2 sliders, and now I realize that my sliders are very, very old and need refactoring. And I don't want to do the refactor because it'll be a whole ordeal. We can do it tomorrow. We can do the refactor tomorrow. But I want this just kind of working today. That's it. Even if it's a little bit hacky. No, I appreciate that. I'll just get the notebook tomorrow because I just need the notebook for... I'll need it for tomorrow. I cannot forget it tomorrow. But I shouldn't need it today. I like having it in front of me though, because I look at it and I get distracted by it, and so, you know, that's a great feeling. But it's probably better if it isn't in front of me. And binding on value change to the text. On generic slider. I could just call update slider value text manually. I hate this. I'm just gonna do it here and I'll put a big red box around it. Wait, is it on here? I don't know why I went down there for one node. Get camera sensitivity. Hopefully this doesn't create like a recursion. Now, is it actually updating that? Yeah, it's very fast. Still very fast. Okay, it's definitely not how I would want it to be done. But the good thing is now I know that I need to refactor that. It is working. It's just not in the way that it should be working. So we'll do the same thing for the sound class too. I hate it. Horrible. Although I shouldn't be doing I should be doing a submix on the master sound. Yeah, but it'll be fine for now. It'll be fine. It's not important. Leave that for the future. Oh god. Yeah. This looks horrible. It's all broken. It looks weird. Nothing is. It should be starting at 1 and not 0.5, and it's not updating because of course I took it off of oh, it's horrible. It shouldn't be a hard refactor, just it's kind of like time. I want to deal with that. So we'll shove the audio in here too and then just deal with it. Yeah, I mean, that's updating fine. So we'll just copy everything we're doing for camera sensitivity, but we'll do it for audio. Refactor it later. Anything that we'll have to do with future options. Don't touch these. We're just going to do the same thing here. we still calling this somewhere? No. Okay, delete it. Master sound. Value changed. Pre-construct finished. And we'll actually have to like set up a small function call or something. Yeah, and this is where an MVVM would just like make this way simpler. Oh god, what's it called? It's like set class volume. I do not remember. Wait, audio adjust volume, set volume multiplier. Audio component. No. This is not the right way to do it, by the way. Global. You know what? I might have had the word global in it. Sound class. Sound class. What's it called? What the fuck was it called? I'm just trying to... I'm trying to hack my audio volume temporarily. And I cannot remember the way to do it. Actually, the old way of hacking it might not be available anymore. Now that I think about it. You're not really supposed to adjust the volume multiplier in here, I think. Supposed to do a submix. There is a master submix. Where is it? Where is it? Did they change some stuff maybe with meta sounds? That makes... Reverb. Oh, this is an audio volume, not audio volume. Damn it. Two different definitions of volume. Yeah, sound mix. I just want to hack it though. Fuck, I don't want to do is I don't want to set up the sound mix. I kind of hate it, but I probably have to do it. I want to just deal with audio all in one, but I suppose if I want to set this up this way, yeah, but who cares if, like, just mute the game. I mean, there's only one sound in the game, and it's the stupid fucking footsteps. If you don't like it, just turn it off. Just mute the game. It is literally the only sound effect in the game right now. I'm not doing this right now. Fuck this. Get out of here. You don't need a slider for it. We don't need it right now. Our sliders are a mess. Everything is a mess. We have the camera sensitivity back. That's really all I needed here anyway. We have a whole schedule to deal with audio stuff. We'll deal with that all at once. Definitely what is not working right now, though, is anything with our checkpoints. I need some temporary solution to that too, because surprise, surprise, that needs to be refactored as well. Do something with checkpoints, and then we can make the build. I deleted the whole like old UI for checkpoints, I think. Yeah, because it needs to be remade. So I have nothing working. I could like just forcefully unlock all the checkpoints at start. And then when you use one of the checkpoints, it just cycles to the next one. Like just temporarily, just so you can teleport. That's probably what I'll do. Oh, I hate it. I have so much work to do, though. I just don't want to get hung up on fixing this level in any capacity, since we're gonna remake it all. Only problem is this is kind of gonna break Our other level with checkpoints, but that's probably okay. Just for this build for one person who needs to play it. Technically, it does kind of fuck up deaths too if we unlock those in that way. What if I just disable checkpoints right now and I just add some options for teleporting? If we disable interaction, do we still see tooltips? Out of curiosity. Yes. Okay. I'll just update those. Just say currently. Just say okay, currently teleporting is not allowed. You know, I'll leave it like that. I'm literally sending this to one person, to one individual, who I can just say, look, checkpoints. I disable them because I need to refactor them. And if you want to teleport, I'm just going to add it to the escape menu. Now, if you die, it should still remember that you have the last checkpoint you have discovered, because I've just disabled interaction, but the functionality of dying and respawning will still be the same. You play naturally, so that shouldn't be impacted. But since teleporting is all borked and broken, I think we'll just do this. And we'll add some buttons here. Teleport to start. We have how many places? We have room. Well, starts one. We have room 1. We have room 2. Start. Room 2 geothermal generators. Teleport. Room 1. Teleport. Room 2 start. Geothermal generators. And then we have room 3. which is the water production. I didn't call it water production though, right? You consume devlog content, or do you forge your own path? What do you mean forge your own path? Probably that, but what do you mean? It was water generation. Water generation? Water synthesis. That's what I call it. Water synthesis. Okay, teleport to water synthesis. It's good enough. It is what it is. You'll quietly do their own things instead of being all involved with the broader indie community. I do generally. It's not that I wouldn't want to, but if I just spent all my time keeping up to date with a whole bunch of indies, I would have. I don't see how I would get any work done. That's really the only thing about it. Do a text override normal. Gonna look pretty chunky, won't it? It is a bit chunky. It's fine though, it's just for this build. I'm pretty sure I have a teleport function. Maybe not. I bet what I was doing as a play, this is why we need to fix this, is I was looping through all of the actors, the teleport actors, and just getting their location. Probably something like that. That will work, but what are you gonna do? How can I code this just placeholder? Better if we just had a reference. I mean, start is easy because we can actually just teleport to home. I think the home for this level is the start. Oh, and then we need to close the menu then. I mean, I kind of wish I had time to make my own devlogs too, but I don't know. It would have to be kind of on bigger milestones. Nice stream, which is like, if you want to know how the game is doing, you should just click on the stream for 5 minutes. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. Okay. Pretty much works. The others are a little bit more tricky. We'll try doing this. Teleport to checkpoint. And I will just have an input of a data table row handle. We actually only really care about the row name. Yeah, we don't need to actually grab anything from it. Because I'm still going to get all actors of class. Which, contrary to popular belief, is actually pretty fast because it hashes these actors first. It does not loop through every actor in the level. Still, it should be... There's way better ways to do this. We can return out probably, but you know what? I'll just do a break. We need to get the... What's it called? The checkpoint. Teleport route. And get the transform. What were you asking, Kent? Were you just curious? Can we call teleport for the player? Oh, I did have a teleport in there. We just call that on the found. Okay. It's actually a little bit easier. Yeah. A little bit easier. We don't even need the transform then. Okay, we do that. Did we find a checkpoint? Yes or no? We did. Get the checkpoint. Teleport to it. Otherwise return. Not that. Whatever switch that was. And then return. Okay. That has been sufficiently hard-coded in a dirty way that if I don't do something correctly, it can result in some errors. No crashes, but just some errors. That's totally fine. I don't care. Should be all of our teleports. Teleport to checkpoint. Not really helping because it's not giving me my drop down. I still have to type it in manually. Which one is this? This is room 3. That is the top. Water synthesis. Room 2 start, teleport room 1 is actually this one. And geothermal generators. Okay, that is actin. Hopefully functional. Start. Room 1. Nothing happened. Room 2. Nothing happened. Kind of weird. That's really all we need. Is it maybe because it's not unlocked? It's probably because it's not unlocked, actually. I might have put a safety net in there. I'm just gonna skip that. Checkpoints need to be remade anyway. Like the whole system of them. So that will be fine. Room 1. Room 2. Geothermal generators. Water synthesis. Looks good to me. I can unlock those two if you teleport to them, maybe. Oh, look, that one's floating. Nice. Beautiful. We will be getting back to the gameplay CLI, by the way. I promised somebody that I'd be able to get them a build, but then I checked and We had to fix some things. All right, that'll work. Delete. And this too needs to be eventually deleted. I could remove this button. I set it to not be focusable. And it'll locked. I think navigation should automatically skip it. Better if I just collapsed it, to be real. We'll just collapse it. Okay, it is very ugly. All of this, that's fine. I don't need it to be beautiful. I just need it to work. And I think it is working. Why are these both ablative? One of those should be health. Why are those both ablative? The fuck? So they're both set to ablative. Okay. It's actually good that I found that early. That one's ablative. This one is... just one of these should be health. Ablative. Again, one of these ablative and health. Same here. Same here. Same here. I refactored those as well. We've done a lot of refactoring. We have a lot more to go. Sweet. Clip clop, clip clop. I missed. And I'll just give him commands for opening up the other map, because he said he might want to check that out too. We can just run open on that. These will cause errors. But nothing that'll break anything. Just kind of annoying, because without those working right now, these are very obnoxious to run to. He'll live. Okay, that should be good. Checkpoints are there. New build. Upload to Steam. I do need to get Steam's upload settings. Steam Works Unreal. I gotta make the tweaks to the Unreal files here. Where did I install Unreal Engine? Here, Epic 5.8 engines, source. Probably should close this first. Programs, automation tool, Win platform automation. Why is my Control C, Control V not working? Oh, because it's read only. I will set that back to read only. That helps make it so that when you are uploading new builds, it doesn't have to upload as much data. Okay. Before I make the new build, let me upload my pending changes. Update stuff in Redlock map. Added temp escape menu options. Fix some effect collider bugs. Pretty much it, right? Then we'll make the new build. I have to be careful when I do that though, because it could dox me with the build uploader. Or that, I don't know why that's happening. Hopefully that won't prevent builds though. Let's not think about it. There's some issue with one of my components that I think it's trying to run something at startup. It's not causing an issue in the game, or at least as far as I know. So it's probably gonna have to compile all the shaders. If I had to guess. I don't think I have those cached. We shall see. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Those warnings should be fine. This is a problem though. Saving F text which has been initialized from F string at cook time. There's something weird with that component. DT Redlock items. Structures ST item. ST modal config. I feel like structures made in Unreal have been broken for like a decade. I really need to initialize those in code. That error is probably going to prevent a build. There's no way it doesn't. Yeah, that's what I thought. That is what I thought. I do not know where this error is originating from. Where is it? I don't know what it means. Obviously, we need to fix it. I don't know what it means, though. Actually, none of that bottom bullshit matters. Ensure condition failed. B custom property list for post-construction initialized. Custom property list not initialized for my blueprint component. This component is very, very, very light. It's not really trying to do anything out of the ordinary. This did not fix the post-init error. But I'm wondering if it is coming from this structure and the fact that we're getting those weird issues with ST items. It would not be the first time that I have corrupted structures, but this would not be a fun one to have corrupted. Those aren't an issue. But these. Saving ftext empty, which has been initialized from fstring at cook time. Resave of source package may fix issue. What does that mean? What does that mean? Saving ftext blank, which has been initialized from fstring at cook time. Fixed. Cook warning fixed. Okay, well, yeah, about that. About that being fixed a year ago. But I'm wondering if those are only... I wonder if this is... I don't think this is connected, actually, now that I think about it. Maybe this is separate. This is the real problem, is why is this component just broken? It's literally just a data table row handle, 2 text properties, a boolean, and then a cached structure. I wonder if it still happens if I unplug that. I want to see where, like, what is something being called on initialization of this component? You know, am I doing a non-thread safe call or something? Custom property list for post-construction initialized. Okay. What do you mean? Only doing it the once. But I'm thinking like something is corrupted on that. I wonder if we can find that error. UV5 main engine. No idea if I can find it. Custom property list not initialized. How can I search it as like one whole thing? Let's try it in quotes. Use extra. Okay, yeah. Put it in quotes. Blueprint native property and knit fast path disabled. Probably a race condition. Can I like disable something on that? Can I tell it to, I don't know, load later? I don't see what would be initializing before this, though. It's an actor component. And it's not like it's saying it's failing to find, I don't know, one of the classes. I mean, it's happening on load. Is it possible for some reason that... I don't know. I mean, the only two dangerous quote things are data table row and then the structure, but it's like, oh, these shouldn't be problematic. Unless for some reason one of these being called is an issue. It's on load. It's clearly still happening. Did anyone else run into this? We have like a corrupted map. Circular dependency between a blueprint actor and one of its attached blueprint components. I don't think I have a circular dependency. Component was in the parent, moved it to the child. What is this implemented in? Could it be because one of these is potentially abstract? I didn't make this one abstract. You're writing hippos? No, I just disabled them because they would have been annoying people running those during cutscenes in the game. I wanted to have the immersion. I mean, all this does is cache some data, sets a boolean, like the parent owner here is never referencing item data. I don't really understand how that could be happening. Did you watch Gamescom? I did not watch Gamescom. I want to do it today, but if I can't solve this issue and make this build, then we're not doing dick. Oh yeah, the GTA 6 reveals tomorrow, isn't it? Unfortunately, we can't restream it. The most I could ever do is just like play it and not show you guys, and then you can follow along with me, which is kind of dumb. So we'll have to just watch it separately, and then we can talk about it. Maybe like show screenshots at most. person managed to resolve the issue. Duplicate the blueprint, delete the old one, redirect it to the dupe, it will fail a lot. Repeat step 3, the list of dependencies should shorten. You keep hitting the same dependencies, manually edit those and refresh node/rebuild the affected calls, force delete the old blueprint. What? I already uploaded all my changes, so if we need to destroy anything, we absolutely can. Unreal 6 is they're ditching blueprints in exchange for Verse, which is in a horrible state right now, according to everybody, and merging in Fortnite with Unreal Engine 6. So they're just bloating Unreal more and replacing blueprints with something worse. It makes no sense. Is saying it doesn't like that it has external references because of the references to other components? Is that where it's failing? Optimization thing? Blueprints are not the cause of games functioning poorly. I can only tell you that. Most Unreal Engine games don't have a problem running on the CPU. It's the GPU that's the problem. And, you know, blueprints are just CPU stuff. This is not an external dependency. This is... I kind of wonder if this is like the problem. But it's not depending on that existing. It's just a plugin. I mean, I can break it. Just see when this stops appearing, if it stops appearing. Shader compilation? Yeah, but it's not a blueprint issue. Loaded shaders. Yeah, there's trim sheet support. That's not an Unreal problem again. Okay, it doesn't show up there. So we deleted something and the problem stopped happening. What did we delete? What's the culprit and why is it the culprit? Undo that. Let's load it back up. How does it optimize draw calls? If you're using Nanite, you don't have draw calls. Otherwise, it's just DirectX 12 or Vulkan, which are normal. Let's see if it's one of these. I don't see why it would be, but let's just see if it's one of these. Still a problem. Let's delete this. It's actually, it would be a good thing if it's that, because it's just a verification of a data table. I don't need that there. Look at that mic. Well, it's Verse cannot do everything that Blueprints can do. Like Verse is not ready. It's been. Oh look, it got. Wait, no, it's still there. Never mind. Thought it was gone. What is this? Okay, is it this chunk? It's not a slowdown of GPU hardware advancements. It's that they moved, that Nanite and Lumen were specifically moved to the GPU. Well, they weren't moved to the GPU, but they run on the GPU as a way to reduce the CPU load of Unreal Engine, because previously it had a lot of problems with that before a lot of it was multi-threaded. And of course, Lumen is just going to be it's going to be expensive either way, because it's it's ray trace stuff. Nanite, but they're both optional. So if you don't want to have to bloat VRAM, just don't use Nanite. Nanite is so specific in the way that you should and have to use it to get the best results. But if you can't do that, don't use Nanite. Well, I wouldn't say that CD Projekt Red is just by default competent developers. Do we not remember the release of Cyberpunk? There's no way it's because I'm setting a local variable of the own. It can't be. Can't be. Can't be. Well, we say UE5, but it's going to be UE6 since I don't believe there will be a UE 5.9. I think 5.8 is the last version. Well, that's what they say. Disassembly? Wait, what? That got rid of the problem? Huh? Just a component check. And then a BPI call. It's not even an external component. It's a component that's part of my project. Bruh. Huh? How is that the problem? What could possibly be broken in these nodes? Well, here's the thing. Cyberpunk is Red Engine. They're switching to Unreal now. I'm always supportive of better optimizations for Unreal 5, as would any person with a brain. But I don't know if it's coming to Unreal 5, but rather Unreal 6. How is this, by the way, problematic? I mean, Cyberpunk looks beautiful. I don't like Cyberpunk as like the gameplay, but the story and the visuals are on point. They're wonderful. It's just not very much of an RPG game, and I think the open world activities suck ass. Loot is pretty boring. It's like, it's an amazing game to walk around in, to drive around in, and it doesn't really have much interactivity. I don't. This is like baby's first BPI call, and somehow this is causing a cooking error. How? Like, I'm doing the same shit up here and it isn't causing a cooking error. Is the disassembly component broken? Yeah, like I just find the combat kind of boring in Cyberpunk, and the hacking is just, I don't know, it's like, it's not really good at being a stealth game. It's not really good at being an action game. The open world activities are very generic and checklisty. There's not a whole lot of like dynamic gameplay at work here. And so you're just, if you do like side world activity, you're just kind of driving from point to point, doing the same hacking mini game, killing enemies, and like nothing really ever changes about it. Unlike, there's no interactivity with like the food stalls, you know, sitting down to eat. There's no immersive sim elements that would make it kind of like a GTA game, but you know, in a cyberpunk universe. So it's great to look at, boring to touch. Yeah, it's like a Hollywood set, or like a disappointed if you were expecting some like immersive sim RPG world kind of thing. At least that's just my opinion though, right? And it means nothing. Okay, we know where the problem is being caused. Does just having this in here cause the problem? I would assume not, because they're just loose nodes. They're not going to be run or anything or evaluated. Okay, it does. Why though? It said that some people mentioned circular dependency, but Redlock item data is just it's a data parser, and then it funnels information to associated. There's no like response back up to Redlock item data, as far as I know. I think. I don't think we ever actually call update actor item data. I just implemented the ability to do it. Restoration stations do it, but that's not even where it's happening. Is it one of these nodes in particular, or all of them? Okay, that didn't do it. I mean, the only other one that I think could do it is this get component by class. Is it the local owner variable when he's nulled at start? He's not nulled. And the weird thing is that this is happening when you launch the editor, not even the game or play an editor. It is kind of weird that I'm calling the local variable though instead of just grabbing the owner. I did it because we cached the owner. I don't know. That can't be it though. It can't be it. Oh, let me reload. This is the weirdest issue. Yeah, I really want to see what GTA 6 has done with its like expanding its capabilities, because the new era of consoles are so much more capable. There's no way, right? Like, I do the same thing up here. There's how? I've never had this problem before. It's gone. How? How was a Git component of class? Huh? Okay, wait. Let me Git component. I'm gonna make a new one with blackjack and hookers. It's by class. Just having this in here was breaking it. It's printing an error I've never seen before. Just for referencing another component. I'm starting to wonder if the problem isn't even in this component, but in that component. What if I put this exact same set of two nodes in a different component? What are some of my options here? What do I have? Let's put in the physics watcher. Because then we'll know if it's just like referencing the wrong thing. I don't know. I don't see what could be a problem with that component. And it's not causing errors. There's no error. What, huh? What are we calling here? Update disassembly data. Updated handler resource. ST item disassembly. This is just a private variable. Another private variable. Another private variable. I'm calling this, but I don't think that this is bound anywhere. There's nothing that even looks sus about it. It's all within project too. Both of these components are, they're not plugins. And you think, okay, maybe it's a race condition or something in here. But it happens even when it's unhooked. This BPC disassembly handler is so powerful that merely invoking it's like Muhammad. This is the Muhammad of blueprint components. You can't even talk about it. I don't know. I don't know why that breaks everything, just having this here. Is this something I made? I mean, everything, these two I made, but this, get component of class, check validity, like this is nothing new or weird. This is pretty standard stuff here. I only cached it because, we do a lot of like calls and stuff. But I'm grasping at straws here. Inside get components? But it's not even running right now. As far as I know, this doesn't even run. I mean, I can try. Just print that to the log and see if it even pops up. It's erroring on editor start. Like nothing has happened yet. And it's erroring. Neither of these components does anything until we actually start. If anything, it shouldn't error when it's not hooked up at all, but it's erroring both when it's hooked up and not hooked up. right? I have to fix this error because it's preventing me from making a build of the game. It's so weird. This can exist in... Well, okay, to be fair, I didn't try it in a function. Maybe somehow just invoking it, doing something. I'm losing my mind here. Well, here it is existing somewhere else. Somehow magically not causing everything to implode. I forgot to delete it from item data. I mean, it's possible that something in the disassembly handler is bugged. I don't know. Just can't exist here, apparently. Um, what if I do like a get component by tag? I'm gonna try that. I'm just gonna get the component by tag and I'll tag the disassembly component with something. I don't give a fuck anymore. I swear to God, if that kills it too. Okay, so it happens even when in the event graph It just sits here. I'm telling you, this is the Prophet Muhammad of blueprint components. Like, I know it's there. This blueprint component is my religion. It's there. I believe in it. But if you talk about it, if you put it anywhere, jihad. You can't draw a picture of it. No, it breaks everything. You can't do it. That's what happened to the French cartoonists. They talked about disassembly handler. It's not what happened. It's not what happened at all. Get component by tag. Oh, it still is going to check actor class. Get components. I can't do interface either, right? Okay, here, wait. Interface might work. Okay, most use this. This is Octopath Traveler 1. Which the entire game is just bangers songs. It's crazy. It's like every song that exists for this game is just Yasunori Nishiki asking himself to hold his own beer. And you're like, Yasunori, there's no way. You can't make another one. You can't do it. This many bangers can't exist in the same soundtrack. Boom. Another one. I didn't watch Gamescom last night. I was asleep. I was asleep for 10 hours last night. And I wanted to watch some of that today with you guys, but might have to save it for tomorrow. I really, really recommend, if you like turn-based strategy games, Octopath has like one of the coolest battle systems, like combat systems. Very strategic, very deep. Okay, this will do the same thing without directly referencing the component. I swear to God, if this bullshit still appears here, I'm gonna lose my mind. If you've never heard like the battle soundtrack for Octopath Traveler 2, it's insane. You could be fighting like the tiniest, useless, most shittiest slime, and this is what plays. And then you're like, okay, that's pretty cool, but you can't do it a second time, right? I kind of want to make a game just so I can hire Nishiki. And then the guy went and did it a third time too. The man has to be stopped at some point. I got the error gone. I worked around the error. I can't tell you what causes it. I'm just as confused as I was when I first noticed it. But it is gone. I swear to fucking God and the Prophet Muhammad, if you see this and think, why wouldn't I just do a get component by class and then proceed to delete it all? I'm gonna nuke this project. Worse. That might have been crossed. If I had finished that sentence, it might have crossed the line or something. I'm gonna nuke this project. Don't you dare do it. Because it causes an error. I do not know why. Do not delete this. And then I'm gonna put comments on each of these. Do not delete this, asshole. Now we make Redlock in Unity. I really need Lumen though, that's the thing. I don't need Nanite. I don't think we're gonna use Nanite. It's just not a valid game for it. But I need Lumen. Can I put it on my redirector nodes? Oh, I can put it on my redirectors. Perfect. It's perfect. Alright, let's try doing this build now. Well, the game itself has no problems. Absolutely nothing was breaking. But when I loaded up the editor, it said a bunch of bullshit. That wasn't true, but I thought it was. I don't know why. Yeah, Paxian is right, actually. And would you look at that, it actually builds fine when I do that. Annoying. What's up, Brojo? Okay, give me 1 second. I have to hide my background. I have to check. I'm uploading the build to Steam. If this uploads fine, we can watch Gamescom stuff, okay? So, fingers crossed that this works. It says it's uploading. Gotta make sure it runs. Can I use reconstruction? Denoise, there's actually quite a few ways to denoise Lumen. There are quite a few ways. One of them is, ironically, if you use primitives or lower triangle meshes, you actually get worse lumen quality. That's why they tell you to use nanite and lumen together. But of course, if you do that, then, you know, VRAM. Okay, it says it worked. There should be an update for Redlock. It didn't update yet. I'm just gonna pop this and close it down and see if it'll check. Yeah, otherwise I'll just restart Steam. Oh wait, no, I didn't make it live. What am I doing? I'm dumb. I always forget that. I uploaded the build, I have to set the build as live. Where do I do this? Bundle and tools. Build. Default preview change. Set build live now. Yeah, you have to pay $100 for any app on Steam. But our store page isn't live yet, so you can't find the game yet. We'll obviously do that once we have actual like screenshots that we can use, and even a cinematic trailer. Which I have an idea for a cinematic trailer that I think will be pretty cool. But we are far away from that right now. Alright, hold on, let me pee. Be right back. See if anything breaks. Fine to me. This effect is broken. Okay, I can make a new build. Fix that one effect. Okay, these are fine. Tooltips look like they're working. Interaction. MVVMs are working. Are all of my effects fine, or is it just that one effect that I fucked up? I did make some changes, so maybe it reset it or something. This one's working. Okay. It might be just that one that's messed up. I don't know if I updated the end widget that pops up to show you how you did. Now that I think about it. It's not super important right now because I'm just sending this to one guy. You can use ALS, I don't know if they're available as FBX, but you should be able to output them, export them. Yeah, the animations are quite nice. I need Redlock to succeed. I really need this for so many reasons. I need this game to succeed. We have massive plans for so many games in the same universe as Redlock. I wonder what I'm doing. I'm beating the level. I need to see if it works. Hopefully we don't die here. This is the only place you can die in this level. Which means we'll do the harder jump. Of course, why not, right? God, I thought I fucked that one up. Ooh, I fucked up. Oop, nope, I didn't. Never mind. Oop, I almost did. Okay, we're fine. Never mind. I was just testing something. It's okay. Let's make friend slap. I cannot tell you how little I want to jump on a trend the moment it starts to become popular. I actually hate it. I know you weren't seriously suggesting, but I don't know, let's say tomorrow, I don't know, visual novels became the new trend. I would not want to make a visual novel. It's really weird. I love making games who have already seen their golden age, and then I want to bring it back. There's something really fun about that. Like, hey, precision platformers have kind of been, I don't know, they're just not in fashion anymore. They're all like parkour games. It's the same with incremental. I have no desire to make incremental games now that they're really popular. But give it a couple years, they'll stop being popular, and then I'll be like, let's make an incremental game. Incremental friend slot MMO. Oh my god, this is okay. I definitely did not update this. It is still working. It's fine. It's fine. I didn't update it, but I think it is still getting the timer fine. Although I wasn't checking. Can you imagine falling? This would be like falling from level 5 all the way back down to level 6. This is a real feature, by the way. Time to restart the game. Yeah, MMO is in a really bad spot, isn't it? I don't know if MMOs can ever recover from where they are right now. You would need a generational game to change it. And even then, I don't know. I don't see it happening. I missed. I think we're okay. I just need to fix that one effect at the start. And these we can ignore. These warnings. They're not real. I don't know if they'll come back. I think the social dynamic of gaming has changed. I don't know. But I think you're also right, where we can't predict what the next big MMO is going to be. Hey Moontrunk, do you have a checklist of what to do for a Steam page in Steamworks before releasing a game? Any sources? Do you have a Steamworks account? Because they provide you with a pretty good checklist. Not trying to like not provide you with information. But when you go to your page here, they have, this is the whole checklist here. And it's pretty good. And then you can click on most of these and they'll take you to the location of where to set it. People's brains are shrinking, so expect dumber trends to succeed. Slopification. You might be right about that. I think you might be. I definitely know you need a lot of art for a Steam page. A lot of art for a Steam page. And as recommendations, but not requirements, some people will only ever view your Steam page once, and if they decide that your game isn't worth wishlisting then, they will never come back. Worst case, they've set it to ignore. So make sure if you are going to set your Steam page alive, you put the best thing you can there. Your first impression is your most important. I have no budget. Same. Same. I'm with you on that one. You have nothing to prove to me. My budget is also negative. I just, for our one game that we have up on Steam. What's it called again? What's the one game we released? I just made all this, like the icons and stuff myself. And then I just took some GIFs and put them in here. I had a friend of mine make the achievement icons. She did a really good job with these. And then stuff for like the capsule art or whatever you call it here. These are just screenshots that I put together with Photoshop. I think Moontrunk is also right, by the way. I do think that there is an increasing trend, or I guess desire for sandbox elements and frictional features. I think people are starting to like games that are a little bit wonky and take time to learn with either poor or non-existent tutorialization. The world might be healing a little bit, but I do think that there's a... I'm not really into the whole trend of these like short, gameplay loops with that you play with friends. I swear to God, if I pitch Redlock to some publisher and they ask, is there going to be co-op? I'm proud to say there will be no co-op. There will be no multiplayer in Redlock. It is a single player game. You take it at your own pace. You have to think about it in terms of game design. The moment if you take a game like Redlock and you make it cooperative or multiplayer, you are inherently, in the moment, completely changing the dynamic in which the individual player approaches the game and the things that they are meant to care about. Now they are no longer playing the game, and when they decide to move forward, that's when the game moves forward. Rather, now they have another element, another human that is pulling them forward, that is requiring them to do something. Like it's just like it would be in the same location but a completely different game. Inherently. Dunkenomics, co-op games are overrated. You should absolutely follow them. I don't foresee us making any multiplayer game. Certainly no live service game. But I like the idea of just single player games that engage you, immerse you, and just take your time in them. Do what you need to. No one's there to rush you, no one's there to tell you how to play it. Okay, I fixed the problem. I just had to press one button. Time to make a new build and re-upload it. It's not the most exciting, but that was the bug. Should be fast at least. I don't want to say though that I think that co-op or multiplayer games are bad. I do think that there's just a... Let's put it this way, like there's this massive degree of games that seem to want to, that are trend chasing, that don't really have any substance or unique aspect about them. And this happens with every trend. If anybody was there with like the popularity of Minecraft and Terraria, the voxel open world survival game, there's so much slop with that. This is not how the final product will look at all, thankfully. We are looking for more of like a medium poly but good fidelity, like NASA punk kind of feeling game. We actually had the artist who's working with us, Rex. I don't know if he's here today. He did do a mood board. He threw one together. Let me download that. You can kind of look at what we were discussing. If I had to give 3 games whose art styles probably kind of revolve around what we're trying to do, it would be... Or let's say 3 things. The Expanse, Star Citizen, Starfield. It's hard sci-fi, but we still want to go with the stylization, and I think because of that, Starfield is probably the closest. I'm downloading it right now. Download. Oh! Who's moaning? It's loading. There it is. He also listed Silent Sea here too, which I think is a pretty good one as well. What I really enjoy though is exposed piping and wiring. Some dirt, some grime. I like to show that an environment is lived in. I think the Expanse does a pretty good job at that. Yeah, especially with like these hallways. It shouldn't feel clean, and it shouldn't feel hidden. This looks nice too. So we're circling. We're circling. To me, we're circling. You know, we're trying to find that right feel to it. I think Starfield has a really good art direction too in that regard. I know it's taboo to bring that game up, but it really does do some things quite well. With the Expanse, some of the interiors are meant to be interior for like locations that people are meant to visit. This is a mining facility, Redlock, and I think because of that, we inherently need to make it grimy, oily, exposed. You know, this kind of vibe. The mechanistry, the electronics, stuff is scratched, stuff is chipped. And that'll help it feel lived in too. Yeah, lived in, not Star Trek clean exactly. You've got it exactly right, Nippos. Have I seen the incredible environment concept art for Concord? I have not. It is sad though, a lot of those games that don't succeed for, I don't know, some weird design reason, they often have like some pretty nice concept art behind it. There's teams of artists. This is actually a really good screenshot too. I really like this. This stuff will be, you know, this is like lumen lighting, right? We take a look at these emissive things. These will help to light stuff up with lumen very well. So yeah, I really do think Rex did a good job compiling this. Oh, I love this. I love this, the feel of this. And the exposed wiring with multiple colors. Love that. Alright, let me upload this new build. I have to hide my screen again, just out of safety. Otherwise it like shows my password for my... Kind of annoying. So that's what you're not seeing. Greebling, is that an actual word, Punka? Is that the right term for it? Never heard that. If you were to make anything sci-fi, it would look just like Star Wars. Which ones? Star Wars is good though. Star Wars is really nice. Okay, let's upload this. If you want, we can save watching Gamescom stuff for tomorrow. I won't watch anything tonight, I promise. Army builds. Original trilogy, The Light Quarters, The Empire. Oh yeah. The Digi Sandy Interiors of Tatooine. Okay, I totally agree with you then. It'll do it. Star Wars look with bikini bottoms feel? I can't even picture that. What would that even look like? That would be a sea slug or an octopus. Probably a slug of some sort. I'm doing my best to make a universe. We don't want to just like make... Okay, that's awkward. Oh, there it is. We don't just want to make like, you know, these hard sci-fi precision platformer immersive sim games for the rest of our lives. We want to take a universe with our characters, with our locations, with our factions and companies, and we want to make a whole bunch of different genres of games within that universe. Okay, it's working. Redlock is just the start of what we want. Okay, it's ugly, but it's functional. I can send that to my friend and he can just try out this level. It's good to have this level updated anyway. And then I can just tell him to open up the platforming map. To test these out. That's not the right level. Is that not the name of the map? What is the name of the map? P platforming mechanics. It won't open. What the hell? That's weird. It's like it didn't build that map. Hmm. It wouldn't have just built that one map though. Want a copy of level 1? Pretty big. Why doesn't that work in build? Maybe we shouldn't be skipping that. Not like I'm just packaging that one. Level, right? Is there a way to like list levels? UE5 command list levels. I don't really see anything. Oh, that's annoying. That's really annoying. Opens the specified map. That was the wrong name. it's like it's like it didn't get cooked. Why wouldn't it get cooked? I mean, option list of maps to include in package build. Yeah, let me look that up. Packaged. Yeah, maybe it just included the default. Has it always done that? Maybe I'm crazy. Can I just include a whole, No, I have to specify a map. Oh, you can either cook everything in the project content directory or the maps. Maybe they changed that to help so that it does a recursive backward search of anything referenced by those maps instead of just cooking everything. Let's see if that works. If it does, thank you. Huge. Didn't take long. Nothing special about that map anyway. That's weird. I didn't have that problem in like 5.5 and 5.6, so I wonder if it was something pretty new. I mean, there's always a million things with each Unreal update, right? And at most you read 5 of them. Alright, I will run the new build. Please log in. Okay, I will log in. Like 35 megabytes. Not too bad. Okay, should be live. Maybe it only packaged that map, not the. Hold on. Maybe I really fucked up. I thought it was like, oh, additional maps to include, and no, it's like, no, those are the maps you absolutely want to include. The fuck is? I'm gonna bet that it should have included both maps. And not just one of them. Let's try it again. You're still on 4? Nice. Kind of jealous of you. I'll have to remember that from now on, because we definitely don't want to build everything. Although realistically, we should only have like 3 levels to include in a build, or 2. Yeah, 5 has some nice things and some not so nice things. Some of the not so nice things you can turn off, others, no. You must be so excited for Unreal Engine 6 then, where they merge in UEFN. I'm probably not going to update to Unreal Engine 6. I can only say that. I'll stay on 5. I've learned enough of its quirks at this point. Okay, let's try this new one. Yeah, they're merging in UEFN into Unreal, so now you have like Unreal for, you know, automotive, architectural visualization, film and TV, games, and also Fortnite. And then goodbye blueprints, hello verse. Go ask a UEFN developer what they feel about verse. Spoiler alert, it's not going to be anything good. More AI bullshit. Verse is a scripting language for Unreal, but it's not matured and it's not as good as other already existing scripting languages of which there's support, like Lua. Hey, there it is. Hey, hammer chicken. Thank you. Thanks, Daddy. This is all to send to one person, by the way. A friend of mine who was like, "Hey, can I play whatever you have available right now?" It's like, "Oh yeah, it won't be that big of a deal." It's because it's easier for LLMs to use it. I feel like that's my only defense, is if people don't think that or if people don't believe me when I say I'm not using AI, I can just point them to it's like, this is all blueprints. Everything I made. My prompt outlines are broken. Since when were those broken? Uh-oh. Yeah, they're broke. Wait, when did they break? Did I change it on the item side? No, I haven't touched this in a long... I haven't touched this in a long time. What about the player? When did I last touch this? Custom collision channels. I'm gonna bet that might have been the source of it. Where the interaction prompt collider is not. It should be using this preset. Ignore. Why is the default response? Fuck. Okay. Yeah, I fucked up. Oh, I fucked up. I know why I did that, but I shouldn't have done that. But if I change it here, it's not going to update things, I think. Everything is using these two classes anyway. And realistically, these actually should be their own object type too. I can fix it. I can fix it. This should be its own preset. Although that kind of fucks things up. No, the default response for the collider should be overlap. Because the whole point of using the components was that so that at runtime, if we wanted to make something interactable. Yeah, but at the same time, I don't see a use case for that. Am I 100% right if I change this to overlap, it's not going to... It says it did. What could I have broken with that, though? There's a lot that I could have broken with that. Actually, there isn't. I'll check it. Hazards for sure are a possibility. I think people have the power to smell out AI. I don't know. I feel like with generated content, sure, but with code, I don't even know if I could smell that out. I wish I could, though. Did it screw up collision here? It did, but it's a preset, so I think I could just fix the preset. Yeah, that's fine. What is the other Danger Will Robinson moment? It's not really with the player. The other items, yes, the player not so much, but I can see... That's fine. Our outlines are back. A good thing. One quick basket for luck. Although I don't know why that's interacting with both of these. I think I was trying to show you guys how it works and I forgot to delete that. Oh yeah, I did, okay. Problem fixed. Mecha Chameleon was using it for their UI? I haven't played that. I'm not a big fan of AI code though. I don't like the idea that I'm playing art that wasn't made by somebody or made by a group of people. And the moment I see one thing with AI, I start to think, what else? You wouldn't just use it for one thing, right? It's like, and if there's a bug with this system that you use code for, AI code for, do you know how to fix it? Do you actually know how to fix it? Because if not, your game's just going to be buggy forever. You don't understand the underlying system or the reason why it's happening, and so therefore, you are just as dumb as before. See, I fixed this bug because I knew where to look. I made it. I understand the collision. Not enough to have prevented the problem in the first place, but enough to fix the problem after I caused it. That counts for something. The problem is if you start to use AI for coding, you're not actually getting better. You're not understanding anything. Yep, this looks good too. Okay. Bug solved. New build. Round 6. Like, your skills degrade, you aren't getting smarter, you're just as dumb before. All I know is if once we start hiring people, I'm going to have an anti-AI clause in the contract. Not for asking it, you know, to figure things out or for using it for better Google, but for any generation of code, any generation of art, any usage in design, personally. Yeah, I mean, there's a world of difference between saying, Mr. AI, what is a pointer in coding? You know, and what are some use cases for using pointers over references? World of difference between that and, hey, make me this function. It's the same thing with phones. It's like, oh, people are getting dumber because they're using their phones. Okay, what if I'm watching a documentary? What if I'm watching, you know, a smarter everyday video or something for Veritasium? I'm learning something. I'm getting smarter. We can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, but we do need to define... Sorry, the music goes away with that. I apologize. I'm uploading the build. You know, we have to define what it is we're doing with it. And the activities or actions that we believe are harmful to ourselves and to the people that are consuming that content. A kid watching Cocomelon on YouTube is very different than a kid watching Magic School Bus on YouTube. I'm not one to talk though. I dropped out of high school. I actually have no high school diploma, so I am the dumbest of all. When you go on like a website and they ask you to put in your education, there is no option for the education that I have because it's technically only middle school. I don't even have a GED. I have nothing. I barely passed middle school. That's what I've done. They literally say like put in your education and it's like high school or GED equivalent. And it's like, I don't even have that. Where is retarded on the list? I gotta run over to this. Where a lot of my items are. I feel like it would be hard to do a GED at this point because I've forgotten a lot of this stuff. You know, certain things like, you know, reading comprehension and writing, that's easy, right? But some of my knowledge of, I don't know, advanced algebra or geometry, I might have forgotten. Okay, these are working. The university system saying you're missing 2 classes, never graduated. That's funny. Yay, look, our prompts are back. Oop. Little load there. How's our destruction working? It's working beautifully. Look at that, nothing clipping into the walls, nothing clipping through the floor. You guys like that? Pretty sweet. No physics glitching and spamming things halfway across the map. I wrote that spawning algorithm. And I like it. You want to beat the game by stacking resource containers on top of each other? You can do it. I wouldn't recommend it though. But you can do it. Oop. I knocked him down. Very nice. You can, look, if you can do it. You don't have to solve the puzzles in the way that we tell you to solve them. If you want to stack boxes or resource containers on top of each other, there is literally nothing that's going to stop you from doing it. It's probably more annoying than just figuring out how to do the puzzle. But it can be done. You want to put them all in the square hole? Okay, I will try to design something when we're starting to make puzzles where you can put the circular pieces in the square hole. And I don't know, it'll like complain at you, flashing red lights. The big box. Just checking that everything's working. Okay, disassembly is working. Schematic. Fabrication. I made a glow stick. It looks pretty. I'm gonna light it up. Oops. We can throw it at a box. I will pick up the box. I've got a glow stick on a box. I can disassemble this, but it won't disassemble the glow stick because I'm still work in progress on those glow sticks. Oh, it did. Okay, never mind, it did. If there's a puzzle game where you can cheat, that's our game. It's a sandbox. I give you tools, I don't tell you how to play. Puzzles are more like problems. There's a problem, there's multiple solutions to problems. You can solve the problems in any way you want. If you ever played like Prey from Arcane, and you remember the goo gun, and how many problems you could just overcome by jumping over it with glue, yeah, that's Redlock. I think it's pretty. Okay, build's good then. I can send it to the friend. Your nightmare? In the art center, using AI at the moment for better Google search. Yeah, I think AI is great as a better Google search, or for reference images. Pretend the problems don't exist. Our problems do exist. Ooh, 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 uh-oh. I've been tempted to switch to first-person camera mode while you're holding stuff for fine-tuning. I mean, technically I could jump on top of that, but that's gonna fall immediately. If you manage to solve a puzzle by stacking, I don't know, more than 10 resource containers on top of each other, at a certain point, I will have to just say you deserve it. They're so small, they're so easy to collapse. If you can do it, you deserve to solve it. This horrible menu. I got my keys approved too, so let me get one of those to send to the friend. I like the Redlock version 1 because it was a clear, simple gameplay loop. Can this version be explained in one sentence? It's the same thing. I mean, the idea, your goal in the game has not changed at all. You just have more tools, and they're all optional in order to overcome them. Okay, what did we do here? We made new build. Fixed error in Redlock item data component preventing build. We still don't know what was causing that. Oh, these can be deleted. This can be undone. Fixed bad collision settings presets. Preventing interaction prompts from showing. What I like about using AI for Googling though is that it provides links. So I can type in a way that is semantically friendly, right? I can just type in the thing in my mind and not have to think about how to Google search it to find the right answer. And then it can provide links where I can double check if it's sending me something that is accurate. Really nice for that. But I don't do it for like code or anything, but more just like, I don't know, find me a recipe that mixes this and this together. Useless stuff, right? You don't need to start thinking with portals, but you will need to start thinking. Were you here, Kent, when I read out the 2.0 pitch? Where's my keys? We will watch Gamescom stuff tomorrow. Thanks for resub, True Nightmare.
True Nightmare Gaming just subscribed.
Dude, True.
OMG 7 months. Who even are you?
I don't even know anymore. I don't even know what I am. Because we're going to be playing Zero Company, then doing Kickstarter reviews. So tomorrow we can just kind of fix some minor stuff and bugs. And then I will, we'll jump into this. Then full month, Redlock. Imagine if you had sold at Riding Hippos. I'm excited for Zero Company. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to that. Okay, they approved my keys. Let me move this over here. I'm gonna download them. And I'm gonna send it to him. There we go. No message. No, I wish I could get Zero Company for free, but I am going to message the people at Fuse Games. If anybody's curious, coming out tomorrow, or the 28th if you're in Europe, is going to be XCOM but Star Wars. It's pretty much XCOM but Star Wars. And it looks good. Kima? No, they probably wouldn't send it. But I am going to reach out to the people that are doing Galactic Racer, and I'm going to write them a whole story about how much I used to play Episode 1 Racer as a kid, and see if they can send me a copy of this. I'm going to pour my heart and soul into it. Oh, the good news is, so the plan is with September, because September is going to be pretty important for us here, and we need it to be important. September, we're going to finish up gameplay CLI. I need to verify how far lasers are coming, or we're going to be making lasers ourselves, which is fine. I don't expect it to take more than a week maximum. We need to make 3 rooms to showcase all the new features with Redlock. And I think that we could do it within this time frame, but it depends on what the design of those rooms are going to be. We only know that we for sure need to finish it before GTA 6. As there ain't nothing else we're doing in the entirety of like the year once GTA 6 comes out. At the very least for November. In October we're going to be playing this a bit. Probably not for super long. Just the campaign and maybe some other races. But I think September is going to be our month. I'm going to be honest, Jormungandr, Blood of Dawnwalker? I don't know, it doesn't look very good to me. Maybe I'm crazy. You're excited for tomorrow for... Yeah, okay, yeah, we're 100% going to talk about GTA 6, but I don't think I'll be on stream playing the game to talk about it, right? Because doesn't it come out... Wait, GTA 6... Netflix... Date and time. Yeah, it's like super late at night. It'd be like 9. Yeah, CEST. Okay, so no, I will have to talk about it on the 28th. The world is gonna stop. You know what's kind of scary is when GTA 6 comes out, it's going to crash download servers. And if there is any online element to it, it's going to crash that too. I just don't see there being a smooth GTA 6 release in any way. Something is gonna break. Yeah, I think Rockstar does know it. Yeah, PSN's gonna explode. Yeah, it's not gonna be great. I hope they have like a bunch of preloads. But how can they assume it? Here's the thing of why they can't assume it is because so many people are going to buy consoles to play GTA 6. You'd have to assume that hundreds of millions of people around the world are going to be loading GTA 6 simultaneously. There has never been a bigger game release than GTA 6 will be when it releases. Ever. That's kind of scary. It's also pretty exciting. Like, we get to live through that. I don't know. I don't even think Elden Ring was that big on release, was it? I mean, not to say that it wasn't big, but it wasn't like Palworld early access release. It almost reached 1 million. It almost reached 1 million. But Palworld was 2 million. 2.1 million. I'm also surprised Palworld didn't get a pretty, like, over 1 mil surge on release. It got up to 961. Tomorrow we will go over Gamescom, because tomorrow I don't have enough work to do before Zero Company comes out to like jump into something big. So we'll just fix up some bugs, address some of the smaller issues we have, anything we need to, and then Zero Company, Kickstarter, then we have a full month of just finishing things up for our first playable. The good news is the first playable will be 100% playable on Gamepad. 100% native support, no Steam API. I'm proud of that. I made it all myself. It's gonna look like shit because there's no visuals in it, but it will play. I think they're a bunch of losers. I will say I don't think Palworld is like I don't know. It exists in the way that it does because of Nintendo not catering to the PC market. But otherwise, I think I don't know. It's like a 7 out of 10 game underneath. I think it has really boring survival mechanics. It's very grindy. Doesn't really have much in the way of endgame. And I think that its activities in the open world are pretty boring. It is a grind fest. If you ever play it, just boost up all the like production speed to max. Thank me later. But I think Redding Hippos is right. They delivered a product to people that Nintendo didn't. And that's really the reason why Palworld was so successful. PC players wanted something that wasn't from Nintendo. They got it. I mean, I would say 6 to 7 out of 10. I don't think Power World is very memorable. I don't think they have enough unique looking Pokemon, pals, see what I mean, to make their roster memorable. It's moddable, you know, there are some good mods for it and stuff, but it's really just I don't know. Enshrouded has more interesting open world survival mechanics than Power World does. I'm allowed to say it too because I 100%ed the game. It was fun though. I mean, I don't regret spending my money on it, and I think that Pocket Pair has a pretty bright future. But you know, you look at like the ratings, 95, 96, and you think, oh, it's like a 9.5 out of 10. No. It's enjoyable. I haven't played too much Enshrouded, but I would like to play it when the 1.0 comes out, which I think is I think that's later this year. I think that's in October, right? It's October 15th is Enshrouded 1.0. I might play it for a few days on stream, not sure yet. I do like that token. I do like that Enshrouded is not a generated world. I think I appreciate the game more because of that. I'll have to give Enshrouded a try when 1.0 releases, because I only played it a little bit. I pirated it, right? I was like, okay, I like it. I'm gonna wait for 1.0. They didn't have a demo. If they had a demo, I would have played that, but they didn't have a demo. Yep, I pirate games. If they don't have demos, I pirate games. And then I try them. And if I like them, I buy them. If I don't, I don't. Or if it's too expensive at the time, then I just wait for a sale. The world is samey. I like the building system. I definitely like the building system of Enshrouded. I don't know. I want to come back. I want to give it a full run. We'll see. I don't know what 1.0 is adding or changing. It looks nice though. A good looking game. And I like Keen. If you know who to download from, pirated games are pretty safe. I hate that survival games have cool building systems and like no reason to build a house. That is one of the things I hate too. There's a lot of things that I just find really... I don't like some of the progression loops that survival games have. They're often just so gamified for the sake of it. Like, oh, here's you punch trees to get wood, build stone axe, go unlock copper to make copper axe, unlock building part, stone foundation 1, unlock copper foundations, and it's just like, oh my god, okay, go to this biome to find this thing, and this biome to find this thing. It's just like, this is not original. This is not new. Eat food, drink thing, don't die, make better food to not die slower. It doesn't feel like there's anything unique to it. Or like you said, there's just no reason to build something. It's like, okay, put thing in a house, but now we want you to travel 10 kilometers in this direction to find thing. And then it's going to be really annoying to have thing back for 10 more kilometers as you go home to build in safe location. So now build new house in new location, but you don't have all your stuff because that would require that you encumber yourself to drag it from house 1 to house 2. I don't know. And it's like, okay, now you have to play for 500 hours to make any progress in a game that was boring 5 hours in. Like, oh, it's more fun with friends. It's like, okay, but so is fucking Minecraft. And that existed 20 years ago. Okay, not 20, but I'm getting angry and I'm making things up. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just tired of the gameplay loop of games like this. Maybe Valheim is different. I don't know. I've heard some people complain about Valheim too. The only thing I can say for sure is Power World didn't feel different in any way. And it got boring after like, I don't know, 80 hours. And there's no incentive to build a friend that kind of looks good. Or build a house that kind of looks good. Or have friends do it. I think I'm just tired of open world survival crafters. I'm kind of tired of roguelikes as well. I do know stationaries. I'm tired of incremental slop. Most survivors likes I'm tired of. It feels like so many people are just trend chasing instead of trying to build like some interesting world and characters or think about themes. I'll tell you what, you know, Death Stranding, not a perfect game, but I almost have to respect that Kojima knows how to make games that are more memorable than most others. And at the end of the day, when I'm like 80 years old, okay, when I'm 70, because I won't live to be 80. When I'm 70 years old and I look back at the games that I've played, it's not going to be the ones that I spent thousands of hours in, necessarily. It's going to be the games that I remember the most. I have God knows how many hours that I played in my life in old school RuneScape or something, but I barely remember my time in that game, because it didn't have any staying power. It's not that I didn't enjoy it, but I don't remember it. But I remember Death Stranding. Yeah, I think KSP has really good Eureka moments. I think that games where they're built off of systems that provide you with Eureka moments, those are the ones that have staying power. Because you discover something. You find something that doesn't feel like it was legitimately crafted. Or legitimately designed. You remember your solutions to puzzles like that. Yeah, Kerbal is great. Don't get the second one though. They really need to like delist that from Steam. Stolen game. But the first game is amazing. It's a long game. Like, it'll take you a long time to figure out how to do stuff in Kerbal. But it feels good when you finally, like, put something into orbit. When you land on the moon for the first time. It feels really good. Because it's just so much trial and error, fixing little things, figuring out how much fuel you need, you know, doing like asparagus staging. It's a challenging game. I've pretty much stopped playing all of what I call empty carb games. I don't play any MMO anymore. I rarely play anything that's online and live service. I find that these games are always competing for your attention in ways that single player games generally don't. I don't like the idea that, hey, you have to play 1,000 hours of this game and the grind never ends. I hate that. I don't like that. I do wish I didn't feel this way, but this is the way that I feel about MMOs and live service games. Whereas I play a game, like, I played Pathfinder, right? Or we played the Stalker 2 DLC. You play those, they're great, you experience them, and then you move on to the next one. And it's something different. There is very little in common between Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, and Stalker 2. Can't really say the same thing about MMOs. And I played a lot. I don't want to tell you how many hours I have in some MMOs. I have like 4,000 hours or something in PoE 1. I love PoE 1. It's a really good game. I enjoy it. But it kind of just endlessly competes for your attention. I'll still jump back in to check something though, you know. I have some ungodly amount of hours in Warframe. But I stopped playing that a long time ago too. 3,000 hours. I have more than 4,000 in old school. But I stopped playing that like 2 years ago, year and a half ago. Haven't looked back. And it was weird. When I stopped playing old school, I felt as if something had been ripped out from me. And then I just started playing the games that I had missed in that period when I was raw dogging it in old school. And it very quickly healed. In fact, one of the first games I played when I stopped playing that was Death Stranding. I was like, damn, dude, why did I not play this earlier? We will Jormungandr, I know about the remaster upgrade. I know about the DLC. We're going to watch all that tomorrow. I did not have any time today to watch this. Just waiting for the next MMO to bring people back into the genre. That's the future. Or the Riot game. Yeah, but it's like, okay, some new MMO. What's it going to be? It's going to be more checklist open world design. You're going to have quests of go here, kill this many enemies this many times, collect 5 flowers, bring it back, faction reputation increased. You can now craft more bullshit. There's going to be gacha mechanics. There's going to be seasons. There's going to be clans. There's going to be raids that aren't very interesting. Bosses with boring mechanics. You're going to have NPCs that stand in the same place and don't do anything. It's just going to be the same shit. I know what you mean though, but I wish it wasn't that way, but it's going to be that way. And even games where I'm looking at, I'm like, okay, this could be something different. I don't know if it was like Guild Wars 3 or something. No, there was something else that I was looking at that I was kind of excited for. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it anymore. I think it was Arcade Chronicles, actually. But wasn't Arcade Chronicles going to be not an MMO? It says MMORPG. It's like, oh, this combat system looks so cool. It's like, I don't know, it's probably gonna be the same shit though. Elder Scrolls Online wasn't any better. That was shit. It was kind of fun. Actually, the thing I liked most about Elder Scrolls Online were all the different regions and stories, and it all had voice acting, which was nice. But god damn, dude, the gameplay was just... It was MMO slop gameplay. It was really cool to visit places. But the combat was really annoying, grinding things out, waiting at boss caves for like 30 minutes for the boss to respawn. I have seen Iron Nest. I do know Iron Nest. I don't know, and there's like no MMO on the horizon that seems to fix MMOs. They're all just trying to be the next same thing. New World wasn't any better. You still have your big three, you know, Final Fantasy, RuneScape, and World of Warcraft. And that the player bases are so entrenched into these games that they will never be able to move. The only way they'll move is if they actually hate the game that they're so entrenched in enough to give another game a chance. But they're not going to. They've spent, you know, 10, 20 years in some of these games. They've spent money on these games. They have established memories and clans and stuff. Nobody's just going to jump ship. And the amount of money that you'd have to spend to compete with games with, you know, decades of prior development is insane. I mean, Amazon tried it. They spent hundreds of millions of dollars on a New World. And the better you make your MMO look, the more expensive and more time it's going to take to develop content for it. And that's where like World of Warcraft and RuneScape really have it beat out. It doesn't take a whole lot of money or time to make new content in RuneScape. And that's why they keep churning out new stuff. It's an unwinnable situation. They're hoping AI will make it easier. I don't think it will. Anything made with AI instantly becomes the value that it takes to make the thing yourself with AI. The more you flood the market with AI bullshit, the less value it has. People are shooting themselves in their legs doing this. And even some of these that I wouldn't tag some of these as like MMO necessarily. I don't think Fallout 76 is a bad game, but it's not an MMORPG. It's just an open world multiplayer game. You have people entrenched in Black Desert, people entrenched in MapleStory. Somehow people still entrenched in Lost Ark. Where Winds Meet might be the only one, but I still also wouldn't classify Where Winds Meet as an MMORPG. But I think that finding interesting ways to develop the social loop is really the way to do it. This might be the most successful game that's most adjacent to an MMORPG. Doesn't matter how much money you spend, if the foundation is the same, you're going to get the same results. Yeah. Nobody's trying to change that formula. I didn't really like PoE 2. I thought PoE 2 was a worse game than PoE 1. I don't have good things to say about PoE 2, other than it really looks beautiful. The animations are great, the sounds are great, visual effects are wonderful. But as a game, I find it less appealing than PoE 1. Black Desert is a good one, but it's too grindy. Well, it's Korean MMO. Like I said, these games just expect you to spend your whole life in them. And they have to, because they're live service, right? The MMO dies the moment that it stops being profitable to run the MMO. Which is one thing that I think Stop Killing Games never properly understood. Most games don't die because the developers just randomly kill them. They die because they're not profitable to run anymore. Yeah, I think dailies. Do you think dailies were the start of the downfall of MMOs? Like, they have to get you to play. You have to log in. Just a little bit. Subscription, you know, buy another month of subscription. There's new content coming out. If you miss this daily, you're gonna be behind. And you want your power, don't you? I think it's Blizzard's fault. I played Marvel Rivals, but that game hardly even rewards me enough to play it. I just need to pay to get skins pretty much. You know, I kind of feel like that with Helldivers. I was playing some Helldivers recently. I really like the game of Helldivers. But it takes so much time to level anything up. That, you know, I see people with like level 100 plus, and I'm only like level 30 or something. Jesus Christ, dude, how much do I have to play to like unlock something new? It doesn't feel like it respects my time. It is fun though, I do like Helldivers, but it's not a game that I would ever just grind out to level 100 and unlock everything in, because I just don't think it has enough staying power with that. I'm fine with some microtransactions, but making single player games rely solely on servers to run, and I can't play it unless I have internet as garbage, which means if a single player game server shuts down, the game is also gone. I should really play my single player game forever. I agree with that, but at the same time, you would have to rewrite it just depends. That's a whole topic. Stop Killing Games had some good points, but I think that it failed to understand that it failed to understand copyright law as a whole. And no developer could talk about it because stupid ass Pirate Software opened up his fucking yap and started to attack Ross, and made it impossible for any game developer to have a middle-of-the-road take on Stop Killing Games without being attacked themselves. You either supported it, or you were the worst developer to ever exist. And so every developer just kept their mouth shut because they knew where it was going to head. People play Helldivers 2 are morons. You can tell the game has no ending, it just rinse-repeat game. Yeah, but it's still a fun gameplay loop. Like, there's plenty of games. Like, racing games never end, but people still enjoy those. I don't think it's bad that a game is just playing the same missions, because the missions are fun. You know, Deep Rock Galactic doesn't have an ending, but people are still playing that. The problem you have with Star Citizen is that it doesn't just disrespect your time, it actively tries to disrespect your time and lets you know that it is enjoying doing it too. Yeah, Star Citizen is very problematic. I played Star Citizen. I had criticisms about Star Citizen. I posted those criticisms on YouTube. I had to private those criticisms because, oh my god, dude, people are huffing the copium with Star Citizen so much. And the thing is, I enjoyed aspects of Star Citizen. I really did. And I don't mind if the game bumps down some FPS once in a while or crashes here and there. The thing is, most players will not be supportive of that. The sad thing about Star Citizen is that their office is such a small cost to endlessly funneling the drain of building on top of a shit foundation that they cannot afford to rebuild and refactor that foundation. Their entire fundraising is built upon the back of selling new ships. If they stop selling new ships to fix the game, they don't make money. Company collapses. It's literally a no-win situation. If you give your money to them, there's nothing left. Yeah, but the inside of their office only costs like probably $10-20 million. And I know that I said the word only in that sentence, but it is small. The cost to run a team that big is about the same, for 1 month, is about the same cost as their offices. It's not that much. Could they have spent the money better? Sure. But they could also be spending their money that they're spending each month better. If you're buying a game for $70, it's a single player game that I can't play online. If the game underperforms, the dev decides to shut the service down. I shouldn't just be out $70. Can you give me some examples of that though? I'm not saying that there aren't, but give me some examples. How many people does CIG? It's not CIG. What is it? It's what's the name of the company that does Star Citizen?